Hello. There we go. That wasn't my fault this time. Haha. How am I now? Oh my god. I feel like this is going to become a tradition. I'm good now? Yeah. Actually, that wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault. So this time, this was actually my mic being weird. So typically, there's two potential zones for failure here. My microphone has a button on it that mutes it, and OBS has a button that mutes my microphone input. Both of those were good. Just for whatever reason, it wasn't detecting anything until I unplugged rather the microphone and plugged it back in. Okay, so you guys haven't heard anything. So before we go into this, just a quick word about what we're doing. So I've called this a political mukbang. A mukbang, of course, being one of those videos where the person just eats a monstrous amount of food in front of the audience for a prolonged period of time. I will not be doing that, don't worry. Instead, rather, what we will be doing is going through an ungodly amount of debates concerning the question of nationalism. Is it good? Is it bad? Yada, yada, yada. I haven't seen any of these, so I'll be responding to these in real time naturally. And hopefully I'll have something to say about them. But before we get into... yeah, that will probably take about 4 hours is what I'm guessing. So I have an ungodly amount of fluids beside me to help me last it. There will be an intermission at about 2 hours in, just so I don't die of blood clots and I can do this again. But anyways, before we get into it, some quick notices about the channel. Of course, on Saturday, we will be having the debate between Dilvani the Goddess and Fellow Traveler concerning whether or not a market or a planned economy is preferable. That will be at 11 a.m. PST. The following day, I will be talking to, it's not scheduled yet, but I will be talking to Victor Mangarino. I hope I'm getting that name right, finally. He's okay with Magarino, though, so I might just do that. I'm not entirely certain what the topic is. We've been considering going over an old Cosmic Skeptic video, but it might be a bit stale, so it's unclear exactly what that will be, but it will be a thing. And then, of course, on the 27th of June, I will be talking to Zanzi, who I see is with us in the audience, about anime, video games, and political theory. And this is, of course, spurred on by his really, really excellent video on Final Fantasy VII and ideology, which is extremely high level and extremely enjoyable, and I highly recommend that everybody jump ship from this miserable stream and watches that instead, because it's... But without further ado. I'm not even going to edit out the silence from this one. That's not going to become a trademark part of this. Partially because I think I'll be doing that every single time, but also because the last one I edited it out, it's still processing. The Nomos of Wu stream is still processing after about 28 hours. So, yeah, that sucks. Anyways, first item on the menu is Yoram Hazoni. There's this strange little fellow here on the side. And this guy, who I don't know anything about. Liberalism versus nationalism. I see. So the opponent is Dr. Aurelian Creutu, which is one of the most interesting names I've seen in a while. Let's just get into it.
Center exists to promote free and open inquiry into the principles and practices of a free society. This debate is part of a debate series that we're running this year, tackling important issues of contemporary relevance, but from a deep scholarly perspective, and also highlighting how people who disagree can nevertheless come together and have a respectful debate and still shake hands afterwards. The debate series is being sponsored this year by the Jack Miller Center, and this afternoon's debate is also being sponsored by the Institute for Humane Studies and the Diana Davis Spencer Foundation. So we're very grateful for their support. As far as, before I introduce the speakers, as far as the format of this afternoon's debate goes, after this brief introduction, we'll have 3 questions that have been given to the speakers in advance, and they will take turns answering those questions, after which we will open things up for Q&A from the audience. At that point, we have a microphone down here to my left, to your right. We ask that anyone who'd like to ask a question come down and sort of line up along the wall here and then speak into the microphone to ask your question. And I'll remind you of that when we get to the Q&A session. And then at the very end, we'll allow each speaker 5 minutes for closing remarks. To my right is Dr. Yoram Hazony. Dr. Hazony is president of the Herzl Institute in Jerusalem and chairman of the Edmund Burke Foundation, which this past summer organized a conference on national conservatism, and they're planning to organize one for this coming summer as well. Most recently, Dr. Hazony is the author of the book The Virtue of Nationalism, which won the Intercollegiate Studies Institute's Conservative Book of the Year award and has been widely reviewed in academic circles, in the media, etc. He's the author of several other books, including The Philosophy of Hebrew Scripture and The Jewish State, The Struggle for Israel's Soul. Our other speaker this afternoon is Dr. Aurelian Kraitu, who is professor of political science at Indiana University, Bloomington. He is the author, most recently, of Faces of Moderation, The Art of Balance in an Age of Extremes, and he has a long record of publications, edited and otherwise, on especially French political thought. He holds his PhD from Princeton University and is a native of Romania. So we're very grateful to have these 2 speakers with us here this afternoon, and thank you again to all of you for coming. And I'll begin by asking the first question, and then turn things over first to Dr. Hazony and then to Dr. Kraitu. The first question is, why are we experiencing a revival of nationalism in Europe and America?
Well, first, thank you, Steve, and thank you for all the people who were involved in setting up this splendid discussion. There's no more important topic, and I'm really pleased to be at Villanova to discuss it. The question was, why are we experiencing a revival of nationalism in Europe and America? And I think the easiest way to think about this is to go back to 1989, to the fall of the Berlin Wall. And what were the expectations at the time? I mean, not everybody here is going to remember them, but let me try to describe it to you. The Americans and their allies had been fighting a Cold War against the Soviet Union and against communism. And prior to that, a world war against Nazism and Japanese fascism. Three empires which had conquered significant parts of the world. And America positioned itself throughout these conflicts. We're talking about a half a century of conflict in which America positioned itself as the champion of a world of independent nations. Really, we could say, in a sense, the champion of the Westphalian order going back to 1648, but you could actually say going back further than that. The theory that the world is governed best when it's divided up among different nations, and that those nations are allowed to be free. They're allowed each one to pursue its own destiny, to cultivate its own traditions, to seek out its own interests according to its own lights. That was the fundamental theory of Western political order that America stood for. And during those long decades of conflict, where it was taken quite seriously, the possibility that the world could fall under absolutist tyranny and darkness. During those decades, the promise that Americans and their allies made repeatedly to, for example, the captive nations of Europe, was that America stood on the side not of one of these world empires seeking to conquer for itself, but rather that America stood for the freedom of nations. That if America won, then what it would do is it would assist the freeing of nations and allowing their self-determination. Now, when the Berlin Wall fell, something extremely strange happened, and maybe we'll talk about it a little bit more this evening. What happened was that there was a faction in the United States. You know, think conservative thinkers like Irving Kristol, Jeane Kirkpatrick, who argued that the war is over, the decades of struggle are over, and it's time to go to bring the boys home. It's time to take care of America. But that's not the direction that the Western world went. In fact, what happened is that Americans and Europeans alike switched gears and started to think in terms of what George H.W. Bush called a new world order. Right? By 2000, 2001, you're already hearing the American administration talking about a new world order. President Bush said that after 100 generations of mankind striving to achieve this goal, now it was going to be achieved. What's the goal? He said, we're going to replace the rule of the jungle with, the law of the jungle with the law of nations. In other words, we're going to wrap the entire world in a single regime of law that America is going to enforce. I have to tell you, when I heard this, I first heard this on the radio, I remember where I was standing, a chill went down my spine, and I said, I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I can't believe that after 50 years of struggle, the Americans are now going to turn towards trying to impose an order on the world. The Europeans, they had their own view of this order. They had a dream of eliminating all the borders in Europe. The European Union, in 1992, they signed a treaty for the elimination of borders in Europe, and essentially what they call an ever closer union. That is a progressive move to eliminate the independent nations of Europe and to create a federal Europe or united Europe. Now, both of these two projects are what I would call imperial projects. Right? They're projects in which somebody in Washington or in Berlin or in Brussels or at the UN is going to decide what the rules are. And you've heard a lot during these 30 years about the rules-based international order or liberal internationalism. Now, the whole idea of nationalism is that there isn't going to be a rules-based international order, that nations are like children, and if they stray too far to this direction or that direction, and the Americans or the Germans decide they don't like it, then they start bombing operations until you go back, your country gets back into shape. But for 30 years, that's the kind of order that was, in fact, created. Invasions and bombing operations and replacement of regimes, Yugoslavia, Iraq, Afghanistan.
So you can sort of see right off the bat sort of the presumptions that Hazony is starting from. First of all, he sort of naively equates the autonomy of nation states with the autonomies of coherent peoples with coherent traditions, or, something more substantive and rich behind it. That's not clearly the case, and in fact, when you actually look at the history of how this concept of the nation state emerges, and I go into this ad nauseum in about an hour and 40 minutes of video on my channel, it is itself directly the product of that understanding of borders and of the autonomy of peoples as being equivalent to immigration control, bordered immigration control in particular. That is itself a product of specifically imperialistic modes of thinking, or more accurately perhaps, modes of thinking that are only possible given the prior history of imperialism. So that's kind of interesting. Somebody made an interesting comment here. This sounds from the start as libertarianism applied to the national level, basically libertarian nationalism. Yeah, sort of. There seems to be sort of a normative preference for an anarchistic international system of states. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Actually, it's a little bit funny. I haven't read the entirety of the Virtue of Nationalism, because if you know roughly the history of what he's dealing with any degree of specificity, it's like teeth on a chalkboard trying to get through that thing, because it's wrong, except on a trivial level. But a good rule of thumb is that if a text fails to cite major literature on a topic, but still manages to cite Ayn Rand, there's something sketchy going on.
The Horn of Africa, Panama, I mean, the idea was this kind of, we Americans and Europeans, we just know the truth. We know the truth about how the world should be, and if people don't like it, they better fall into line. Play by the rules, Madeleine Albright said. Now, this attitude of, it has all sorts of good motives. You hear the advocates of this kind of a world order imposed from America and Europe. You hear them talking about the peace it's going to bring, the prosperity it's going to bring, the human rights it's going to bring. All the motives are good. I mean, the heart sings to hear, about all the peace and prosperity that's supposed to come from this world order. But the reality isn't anything like that, and it was never going to be anything like that. This was a utopian fantasy. The reality was that different countries have different perspectives. I'm not saying that they're not capable of evil. Of course they're capable of evil. But there actually is something of an argument among nations about what exactly constitutes evil. And even when there isn't an argument, how good are the Americans and the Europeans at replacing governments and turning them into better governments? Conservatives are used to saying, you can't centrally plan things. You have to allow locally for cultures to develop, and for centuries.
Okay, let's see a show of hands. Who is invited to this debate between nations about what is evil? I have no idea what he's talking about. This is bizarre. About what is evil. The UN doesn't debate about what is evil. This is ridiculous. All right.
To go by until people are ready for a certain kind of limited government or representative government or individual liberties. All of these things are things that are desirable, but they can't be achieved through bombing. And guess what? They can't even be achieved through invasion. The rise of nationalism throughout the world today, from Brexit in the UK to Donald Trump in the United States, to Orban and other nationalist governments in Eastern Europe, Salvini in Italy, Bolsonaro in Brazil, Modi in India, and you can go on and on. Every democratic country in the world today is experiencing a nationalist revival. And the cause of this nationalist revival is, in my view, the arrogance and the condescension and the utopianism of Americans and Europeans who think that they can Americans think that they can invade Iraq and try to establish a democratic government there by force. Germans think that there's nothing wrong with them vetoing the Italian people's chosen.
I wonder how he feels about. I wonder how he feels about Englishmen invading North America and establishing a democracy by force. I mean, that's sort of what's interesting about this. When you, again, like when you're talking about any nation state in the world, any recognized nation state or any recognized state, you're talking about a territorial body within whose space will rest myriad different traditional communities going back much longer in time, much longer in history than the history of that single entity. Like look at some place like Germany, for example. Very, very recently, a collection of principalities that were all independently run, and even within then. What is his evidence that nationalist revivalism in all these cases are caused by anti-Americanism? It's not clear to me that he says that that's in all these cases. I mean, I think he's doing something a little bit strange. He's treating the symptom as the cause. So what we would see in the event of, well, I mean, it might be somewhat causal. The fear of an encroaching other of some kind, of some extrinsic factor or extrinsic agency that is sort of undermining the autonomy of what you see as your community. That can both precipitate a nationalist movement, or it can be fomented by a nationalist movement. But yeah.
Finance minister and replacing him with a finance minister of their own, or vetoing the Italian budget or the Greek government. Right? This is an extraordinary thing. You can't have democracy if you elect a people, you elect a government, you support a government, and then outside governments decide, well, we don't like that government, we're going to replace it. Essentially, the nationalist impulse is an impulse that we've known for thousands of years. People would prefer to be ruled according to their own customs, according to their own lights. They'd prefer to be ruled by one of their own. And the fact that we can sometimes look at a country and say, you know, what a terrible government they have. We really think that's a terrible government. You know, we might be right about that. We might also be wrong, but we might be right about that. That doesn't mean that the use of force to replace that government is going to cause something better. American intervention in the Middle East, hard to know. My guess is that the number of people who've died because of American.
I wonder how he feels about Palestine. Actually, what has he said about Palestine? Let's take a look. I'm a little bit curious here. Yoram Hazony. Palestine. Oh, right, I'm blocked. Yeah, I got blocked by Yoram Hazony. I can't even remember why. Let's see if we can find something. Okay, here's an article. Hazony has a gift for unpacking complex ideas in an accessible way. The problem is that his ideas are not very consistent. Okay, that's concerning the book. Well, if anybody can find anything on his positions on Palestine, I am curious. I generally find Hazony incredibly boring, so I haven't really bothered to look, but that would be nice to have for this.
Intervention in the Middle East in the last 30 years is over 1 million people. No democracies were established. Nothing good came out of it, not for America, not for anybody else. Now, of course, people will say, it wasn't done properly. But you see, that's always the problem, isn't it? It's never done properly. And the best thing is to allow nations to rule themselves. If they succeed, good for them. Maybe we can learn from them. If they fail, it's mostly their problem. It doesn't mean we can't lend them a helping hand, but it's mostly their problem. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight, so thank you for spending time on an important topic. I'd like to start with an event that we commemorated 5 days ago on November 9th. 30 years ago in Berlin, the wall fell. It was a momentous event. Within hours, literally within hours, without everyone having predicted it, it became clear that what happened in Berlin would have major repercussions without the world. We haven't noticed it too much in the United States last week, but it was a momentous event of our history, and we should not forget it. Communism was relegated to the dustbin of history, and it is over. Now, we had illusions in 1989. In 1989, we believed that the world would be a flat world, finally. Some even resonated with the illusion described by John Lennon's famous song, "Imagine there is no countries, it isn't hard to do, nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too." Remember that song? Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say, I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one, and I hope one day you'll join us and the world will be as one. That's what we were hoping for in 1989. We witnessed the universalization of Western liberal democracy as the final form of human government, and we hope that to be the end of history. Well, it turned out to be differently. We discovered soon that the first decades of the 21st centuries were differently. Globalism has failed indeed to replace nationalism because it could not offer a political agenda that meets most the basic needs of individuals, the desire to be autonomous, the desire to be self-governing, the desire to be treated with dignity and justice. What we have today is the world described in the novels of the French novelist Michel Houellebecq. We have a distinctive malaise of our age, and a world characterized by alienation, loneliness, bowling alone, hollowing out of the political community and weakening of the states. More importantly, I would say the buzzwords of the 20th century, small government, neutral public sphere, free market, free trade, free movement, are in the process of being challenged and perhaps even replaced by national affiliations, economic nationalism, and a rediscovery of new forms of social responsibility. The collapse of communism in 1989 and 1991 evoked powerful national aspirations as well. National feelings were provoked and people responded. We were reminded once again of a famous line in the works of a French political theorist by the name Joseph de Maistre. De Maistre said in the 18th century, late 18th century, I've seen in many times Frenchmen, Italian and Russians. I've even known, due to Montesquieu, that one may be a Persian, but as for man, with capital M, I have never met him in my life. If he exists, it is without my knowledge. Suddenly we discovered that there were in the world Latvians, Ukrainians, Romanians, Hungarians, Slavs of all kinds. We discovered again the importance of the need to belong. Now, this need to belong took two forms under the guise of nationalism. The first, I think, can be found in the wealthy regions of Europe, those that were on the other side of the Iron Curtain. Regions such as Lombardy, northern Italy, Catalonia in Spain, Flanders in Belgium, and Scotland. This type of nationalism, the nationalism of the affluent, I would call, represents the desire of national groups in distinct territories to exercise the right to self-govern themselves. This type of nationalism, the nationalism of the affluent, is somewhat inwardly inclusive. It includes everyone who is within the community, but separatist and challenges the boundaries of the existing states in Spain, in Belgium, in Italy, and in the United Kingdom. More affluent regions, such as these ones that I mentioned, want to be freed from the obligations to share in the wealth with the other less affluent regions in their countries, the vulnerable regions. And then there is the nationalism of the vulnerable. This is a nationalism that is to be found on the other side of the continent, I mean Europe, but in other parts of the world. It is a legitimate revolt in many ways, legitimate revolt against the betrayal of the global elites, and also a search, a genuine search, sometimes an artificial one at other times, for rebuilding civic bridges. And this shows the erosion of civic solidarity and deeper social gaps within our societies. Both forms of nationalism are at work in the post-1989 world. We have lost, in other words, the sense of we. We live in fractured republics. We live like strangers in more than a community of citizens sharing meaningful social bonds. Now, Yoran Hazomi thinks rightly, partly, that some of the ideas that we had are responsible for our current predicament. I think that the most momentous development of our era is the waning of the nation state, and we can claim that this is a good thing or a bad thing depending on which part of the aisle we sit. Its inability to withstand the 21st century's forces. States are in the process of sheer decline. It feels almost like the end of a world. That's why I think
I have no idea what this means. Maybe he's going to get into it. I don't know what it means for states to be in decline in this context. What's this guy's name? Maybe we can find something more detailed about this. Dr. Aurelian Cretu. let's see, what has he done here? So he's at the Poli-Sci Institute of Indiana. Do we have any publications? Nothing. Let's see here. Here we go. Oh, I see. This is the big Isaiah Berlin guy. Yeah. I hate Isaiah Berlin. Okay. Alright, well, the nation state is not in decline. So, it is very much not. It's being scrutinized, but it is not. In fact, what is this? Yeah, okay.
Strange type of apocalyptic nationalism has been in vogue lately in various parts of the world. Nation states appear to the engaged spectators as being in an advanced state of political and moral decay from which they can hardly extricate themselves. Now, why is this happening? And this is the question that was asked us to reflect upon. I think that the answer is pretty clear. 20th century political structures were in place to allow states to redistribute wealth, to allow citizens to live together under the umbrella of some form of civic solidarity. The 21st century institutions are those of deregulated finance, autonomous technology, artificial intelligence, and some form of great power rivalry that is developing in our centuries. As a result, there is a kind of mismatch between the institutions of the 20th century and the institutions and the forces at work in the 21st century. The states have lost control over the money flows. At the most obvious level, money is being transferred out of the national space altogether into various offshore accounts, offshore zones. And as a result, these fleeing trillions, there are many trillions that are fleeing, and they are going to undermine in many ways the capacity of the states to redistribute wealth and to give people a response, a meaningful answer to their search for roots. So to make a long story short, I think that we are witnessing a moment, a unique moment in history in which we are looking for new political forms capable of operating on the world scale. What these forms are is an open question for the discussion, but the stakes could not be higher. So it is easy to see why many Western governments are desperate to prove what basically everyone sees, that they are still in control. They are no longer in control, and the forces at work will make it even more difficult for them to be in control.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so what he's describing appears to as the problem would, to my lights, be the liberalism that he should be advocating for. Now, it's a consequence of the fact that state power is now intrinsically connected with its capacity to extract wealth from a colonial periphery. That you can have a situation where people are able to, where extra state entities are able to funnel vast amounts of cash outside of the purview of any legitimate state actor. But I don't understand what his contention is here, to be totally honest with you. He also seems to be playing into the same methodological nationalism that Hazoni is. So methodological nationalism, again, is the presumption that the nation state is sort of simply given as a thing that we need to explain, and rather than interrogating whether or not the concept itself is appropriate. So there's a whole literature on nationalism that operates from within a methodological nationalist framework. So, for example, there's the famous book by Benedict Anderson, Imagined Communities, which attempts to explain how it is that you can have an idea of the nation as a body. But it assumes, in the first instance, that there is actually a coherent and continuous belief in that can itself be treated then as an entity. So it assumes the nation state and then attempts to explain its ontology. But if you actually look at how the concept of the nation state emerges and how nation states become crystallized into a global system of states, that's not really clear. It's not actually clear that there is an ontic reality to the nation state itself, and whether or not this isn't just sort of an ideological cover for something else. Okay, that's separate. Sorry, I'm just looking at the debate here going on in chat. Okay.
Thank you very much. So the second question is, should we fear the rise of nationalism, or should we...
Okay, so hang on. There were 3 questions. I missed the first question. Let's figure that out quickly, because I think that will go some way to understanding what was just argued. Oh, good Lord.
Yeah. So we're very grateful to have these 2 speakers with us here this afternoon. And thank you again to all of you for coming. And I will begin by asking the first question and then turn things over first to Dr. Hazony and then to Dr. Kraitu. The first question is, why are we experiencing a revival of nationalism?
Right, why are we experiencing a revival? Okay. Okay, I mean, I still have problems with the second speaker's talk, but I guess that makes more sense. That was so meandering, I actually lost track of what he was trying to say.
Great, thank you very much. So the second question is, should we fear the rise of nationalism, or should we embrace nationalism, and if so, in what form? And for this round, we will begin with Dr. Kraitu.
We must acknowledge that nationalism is a deceptive and complex ideology that can be pulled into different directions. At its worst, it can be a devastating and destructive power. At its best, it can be a modernizing force, a forward-looking and constructive power, integral to modernity and its progress. What are the benefits of nationalism? One would say, in its prime, nationalism was acting as a great equalizer. It erased the difference between high and low, straight-edge society. It created a unified language. It created an inclusive public sphere and made people feel closer one another. It created a cross-class coalition in many countries, and nationality granted status, dignity, and ensured also economic rights as well. Welfare states were national states when they were created. Nationalism, properly understood, and I emphasize this, is an expression of the need for roots. But the need for roots, vital as it may be, must be complemented by other. And here I like to...
No, quite the opposite. Actually, it's a very positive, it's derived from a very positive need to undercut roots, bad roots. So you'll probably recall the famous statement by the King of France, "I am the state." What nationalism did, it performed more or less a similar function as the reforms of Cleisthenes in Athens, where to undercut the to what's the word I want to use? To dismantle the power of the traditional clans, which, by the way, despite being what we would consider to be ethnically identical to the rest of the Athenians, very much preferred their own immediate families. To undercut their power, Athens was the voting blocks, if you will, of Athens were redivided into from sort of family-based cantons into geographical slices that had a plethora of classes within them and people from different families, so that citizens now were voting not in the interest of the tribe, but in the interest of their region, which now had a conflicting interest with their tribe. And so you had a new political identity that emerged as a result, because now people started to identify more with their political community than with their traditional sort of family associations. And that's similar to what happened in France. you had the category of the citizen now encompassing every member of the community, so that there no longer were strong distinctions between members of different estates in terms of their political rights and their political power. So it's not. I mean, nationalism in its prime was not about establishing roots at all. Well, I mean, about establishing roots. It was about establishing an entirely new order, but it was not about finding roots. It was about giving the rootless a stake and a place in the community.
To remind you of the pathologies of nationalism. The nationalism can take dangerous forms, no one can doubt. Here is an example of such pathological forms. George Orwell, writing in one of his essays, as I write, he mentions, highly civilized human beings are flying overhead trying to kill me. They do not feel any enmity against me as an individual, nor I against them. They're only doing their duty, as the saying goes. Most of them, I have no doubt, are kind-hearted, law-abiding men who would never dream of committing murder in private life. On the other hand, if one of them succeeds in blowing me to pieces with a well-placed bomb, he will never sleep any worse for it. He is serving the country which has the power to absolve him from evil. This is the negative balance sheet of nationalism. So I'm trying to suggest here that we may want to acknowledge the importance of nationalism here, but we need to work with the distinction between patriotism and nationalism. The language of patriotism has been used in past by many authors, and the most important definition of patriotism that I would love to offer tonight here for your consideration is the love of the republic, love of the country. The country defined as Cicero defined it in On Duties, an association of free and equal citizens who live under the empire of free laws and just laws and work with their consent to promote the common good. The language of patriotism is old. The language of nationalism is younger. It was forged only later, in late 80s, beginning 19th century, in Europe, to defend and reinforce cultural, linguistic, and ethnic homogeneity of a people. The person who coined the term was Johann Herder, for whom nationalism was inseparable from being rooted in a particular national culture, from being protected against cosmopolitanism and cultural assimilation, or, even worse, contamination. Nationalism denoted a little world which contains within itself a center of happiness, the nation as a little world which contains within itself the center of gravity and happiness. Now, patriotism, as I try to suggest, is something different, and we may be able to work with it. Patriotism should not be assimilated always with the affection that one has for one place of birth. True love of country, amore della patria, as the Italians say, is a passion generated by common liberty. The consequences of the wisdom of the laws and the institutions that make possible a free way of life. It is sustained by political participation in the administration of the affairs of our community. The crucial distinction between patriotism and nationalism, as I see it, lies in the priority of, or the emphasis. For those in the Republican tradition that stretches as back as Cicero in the Republican Rome, the primary value is the republic, the res publica, and the free way of life possible only in such a community. For the nationalists, the primary values are the spiritual and the cultural unity and homogeneity of a people. The love of country in the Republican tradition implies charity and compassion, animated by the perception of the fragility of the object of our love. That is the object that needs nurturing. The love in the nationalist tradition implies admiration and commitment to the greatness and glory of one's country, the desire to be free and independent. These are, in my view, two distinct ways of loving one's country, sometimes compatible, most of the time in tension with one another. So I think that it is possible for us to reconstruct a language of patriotism, love of country, as a patriotism of liberty and a free way of life, and a patriotism of compassion and caritas. one based on a love that does not come from excitement and admiration for the greatness of one's country. A patriot should not necessarily say, make the country great again, but from the perception of its weakness and the fragility and the commitment to work to make sure that the free way of life that keeps us together will not vanish one day. These are two distinct ways of loving. A patriotism of compassion allows us to keep our eyes fixed on our country's...
This is a horribly weak argument. Like, it sounds nice, but I mean, immediately the nationalist could retort, okay, well, what is the republic? And then he's going to describe that strictly in terms of national borders, the purview of whoever holds sovereignty, whoever makes laws, or whoever has the right to hold offices. And you're immediately going to fold back onto a nationalist principle. So this is just an absolutely meaningless retort. They don't seem to disagree in this debate. Well, they don't, because I can't remember this guy's name. Aurelian Cretu. This is like the most wishy-washy nonsense. Like it sounds, it's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like Hannah Arendt at her worst, which is basically Isaiah Berlin, who sort of cribbed from Hannah Arendt, but whatever. Which makes sense, because that's his specialty. Yeah, this is a really weak performance on his part. I don't, like, what is this? It's a weird format. They're just being asked questions. I hope there's actually a back and forth at the end of this one. But we'll see. There's a fun one coming up after this.
Achievements without diminishing the problems that we are facing. It can serve, in my view, as a powerful antidote to the nationalist love of country that is sometimes dangerously exclusive and has no appreciation for the fragility of the country. So this is a form of patriotism that is suitable, in my view, to individuals living in modern society. As the French political theorist Benjamin Constant said,
and I just discovered that I have a new nephew. Huzzah. Excellent timing. Oh, he's so cute. Looks horrifically like his dad. We'll get back to this in a second. Just give me a minute. All right. It's all right. We'll keep going.
Said in a famous speech that was given exactly 200 years ago in December 2nd, 1819, we are modern individuals. We are individuals that are interested in peace, commerce, in trading with us, and there's all the type of commitment from generosity, passion, ardor that is difficult to replicate today. I'm not saying that the second one is incompatible with the first one. I'm just saying that for us, individuals living in modern society, we can espouse a form of patriotism that is linked to self-interest, a patriotism that is linked to this tradition of Republican amore della patria. Thank you.
Well, look, anytime somebody comes to you and says, it's the Romans who I want to aspire to, and they have the superior way of governing the world, I think that you should at least pause and think. Now, I don't deny that there are beautiful and important contributions to be made by the Republican tradition of patriotism.
Okay. Cicero coined a lot of our terms, and his equivocation between nomos and lex, for example, was carried forward by a lot of very serious political theory. Hobbes appropriates it. He even more or less gave us one of the major transitions in our modern understanding of religion and its distinction from superstition. However, Cicero does not represent the way in which Rome ruled. He had a massive influence on its ideology, but he himself was killed in his garden. He was not the boss. Anyways.
That Aurelian Critou is referring to. In fact, I believe that we would probably agree on much of it, but that would be boring. So let's focus on a little bit on the part that we disagree about. Cicero's view of a universal value system is typically Roman, right? The universal reason gives you the natural law which governs the entire world. Now that's fine. I mean, the Bible has such a natural law also, but it's in the Bible, it's God who knows the natural law. It's not Cicero who knows the natural law. The Ciceronian conceit is that he and we can know the one law that's appropriate for all nations, and he lives in a republic which, despite all the greatness that you can ascribe to republican virtues, ultimately that republic exists in order to conquer other nations. That republic is a conquering machine, and Cicero and his colleagues are the lords over a conquering machine. Is it possible to have some kind of love of country that does not involve believing that your views are universal and seeking to impose them on the entire world? That's what we're seeking.
This is idiotic. Just for argument's sake, look at a map of the Roman Empire and then look at the size of any, more or less, nation state larger than Italy, right? No. No. So this is what he wants to do. We have thousands of years, essentially, of small tribes of people with Hazoni. He's on this side. Oh, right, it's mirrored. Hazoni's on this side. That Hazoni wants to characterize as nations, of course, because he's referring to the biblical concept of nations, or the Roman concept of nations. So he's not talking about nation states. He's talking about something very small, very traditional, very tiny, like kinship groups in the most like immediate sense. Any nation state is going to be a massive amalgam of these things forced under a single rule without their consent, or with the consent of a very small minority of them. So what he wants to do is he wants to arrest a bunch of empires at a particular point, and he does so by just calling them all nations, so it's cool, and then saying these are the legitimate ones, and no, the autonomy of this forced body is the ultimate thing that matters in international affairs. This is what's so insidious about the concept of the international. So because he assumes the nation state is just a given, because he just assumes that the world is just a petri dish with these cellular states floating about, interacting with each other, he is able to simply talk about what are in fact historical empires, highly oppressive units of nations in the proper sense, or not in the proper sense, but in the oldest sense possible, as right-bearing things, as the most appropriate right-bearing entity. There's a good line here, actually, in Radhika Mangia's Indian Migration and Empire, a colonial genealogy of the modern state. It should have been called A Colonial Genealogy of the Modern State as its main title, because it obscures really what this book is doing, which is really important. But she writes here, the problem is embedded in the very nomenclature. The formulation of the transnational obliges, if not shackles us, to assumptions of space, state, and subjectivity already conceived in national terms. So basically, by assuming the transnational, well, in order to get to the transnational, we need to assume the naturalness of the nation state itself. The nation state itself assumes that every national group within it has been subsumed under its rule legitimately. I wonder what he thinks of Papua New Guinea with 800 different tribes. Well, exactly. Yeah, Zan, I'm sympathetic. I've sort of lost track of what they're trying to argue to. Right. Should nationalism be feared? That's what it is. The previous guy is just...
That's what Herder was seeking. Herder is quoted here as though he invented the term nationalism. Maybe he invented the term nationalism, but Herder was referring to Hebrew scripture. Herder was referring to the kind of country that you find in the Bible. In fact, the Old Testament is for 16th and 17th and 18th and 19th century nationalists. The Old Testament is very often, especially in English-speaking countries, for the Dutch, for the French, for the Swiss, for the Scots, and for the Americans. It's the Bible that's the model, not the Roman Empire. How can you turn to the Roman Empire and say, that's going to be my model of patriotism? That's a patriotism of endless conquest. No, we're looking for something much more humble. We're looking for something much more moderate. And Professor Kreitz, who is an expert on moderation, on this we agree, we seek the same thing. Where does the moderation come from? I argue that the moderation comes from a view such as you find in Hebrew scripture. What kind of a view is that? That's a view that says, well, God, creator of heaven and earth, selected Moses, and he calls him, and he says, get out of your homeland, come to the land that I will show you, and what? V'escha legoy gadol. V'escha legoy gadol. I will make of you a great nation. Okay, God separates Abraham out. He says, I will make of you a great nation. And in you, all the nations of the world will be blessed. So there is a universal aspiration.
Okay, now you may have noticed that when he's speaking in Hebrew, the word nation doesn't appear. That's because the word nation isn't Hebrew. It's not Greek either. It's Latin. Natio. Which I probably mispronounced, but it's irrelevant. Okay, when we're talking about nationalism, especially in the context of there being... of nations having autonomous control over a region of territory, which is what he is talking about. I'm going to swap the side soon. Which is what he is talking about. You are not talking about linear generations within a single family. You're not talking about the Israelites who can all trace their roots back to a single man. You are talking about communities that are formed of multiples of these groups. And multiples of groups that were not necessarily, in fact almost universally not, what's the word I'm looking for? Begins with a C. Help me out here. Okay, they didn't have their permission asked of them. Now, I mean, he's an Israeli nationalist, so I can understand why he likes to use the Bible in particular, but there's just no relation whatsoever between... No, not cohesive. It's what is it? What is that word? Confer might be one. Like when indigenous nationalists, but when indigenous activists in North America complain about, it was on the tip of my tongue, complain about the government it's not consenting, come on. Okay, we gotta find this. Oh, this is so annoying. Confer. Synonyms. I need to know this. Consult! That's it. Oh my god. I lost the word. Consult. They are not consulted in the formation of the state in almost every single case. Indigenous Canadians didn't get to choose for there to be a Canadian nation established. Even in the context of the French Revolution, the average person didn't get a say in this. This was just imposed on them. Now, I mean, there was already something imposed on them before in a similar fashion, but that's beside the point. Zenzi says, Irish nationalism often carries with it a genuine vein of Catholic inspiration, but has nothing to do with the Bible, nor is it sourced with the Bible or justifies the Irish, nor is the Irish nation justified in the Bible. I'm just going to reword that a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, no, the Bible is a set of, progressively as you get farther into it, or earlier into it, I should say, very, very old texts. When we are talking about nationalism, we are talking about a political identity that is tied to a concept of the nation that makes it immediately amenable to state control. We only even have the furnishings of a nationalism once we have the flattening of the community from specific kinship groups into larger bodies of more or less equals. So in France, we had the creation of the nation through the making of every French denizen into a citizen. And when we talk today about, nationalist movements, we talk primarily about people who are concerned with the ability of a people understood in geographic terms to determine what happens within these bounds, and often what happens to the denizens within these bounds. That is not, even when he's talking about a country, that's not what is referred to in biblical terms. There are no firm there's no firm borders per se. There are lands that are sort of controlled by different tribes and whatnot, in the sense that these are like their pasturing lands, and they'll attack you if you're unfriendly and you graze on them. But there's no firm identification of the border with the people. Let's keep going.
There is a universal aspiration from the very beginning. But Abraham is only given a small piece of land. What does it mean to say, I will make of you a great nation? It means I'm going to make of you an influential nation, a big nation, a successful nation. But notice that the word nation means one nation out of many nations. God doesn't say what the Romans said, or the Babylonians, or the Assyrians. God doesn't say, I choose you, Abraham, to conquer the four corners of the earth, to bring the earth to peace. It's not Abraham's job to bring the earth to peace. God talks to Moses, and he gives Moses borders. The Jewish people in the Bible are the first people, as far as we know, in human history to receive borders from their own God.
Okay, first of all, Moses never reached the promised land. That's your Sunday school lesson for today. No, Moses was promised in the story a land in the distance, which the Israelites then went on conquering and slaying to get to. Moses never got borders. Moses died in the wilderness, and the Israelites waged wars on people who until then didn't know about them, according to the story at least. It's questionable. And took the land from them. So, no. No.
God says, here are the borders. You will not cross them. If you cross them, you'll be punished. Where does Where does the idea of a border come from? Today, borders are so difficult for us to understand. It comes from Scripture. It comes from this idea, this theological revolution which took place with the Hebrew Bible, when God, creator of heaven and earth, could have said, like all the other gods, go out and conquer the world and bring peace and prosperity. And instead he says, no, you, Moses, you think you know the universal truth. I gave you the truth for all mankind, but you are going to stay behind your borders. Why? Because we're told that the other peoples are given their lands by God as well.
Okay, well, an excellent argument, accepting his terminology for the moment, to fear nationalism. Because again, like he's eliding the critical part of the story, where, Moses kept within his borders, which were also somebody else's borders that he took by force because God told him to do so, ostensibly. This is absurd. Now, as far as where the concept of borders comes from, I mean, marking out land is not a culturally specific thing at any time period. What we're looking for specifically here is an association between state borders and the nation. And that's really recent. That is not a biblical inheritance. Even in terms of even during the Babylonian exile, during the Roman occupation, the nation of Israel was not defined by its borders. It persisted in spite of losing its borders. Big difference. This is... You're being a slippery boy, Hazoni.
Right? That is the heart of a tolerant and tolerable international order. The beginning of civilization is not with Cicero. The beginning with civilization is with the drawing of the borders by the Hebrew God, who says good borders will make good neighbors. You don't have borders, and Cicero won't know where his republicanism stops.
Can anyone find me the Bible verse where God says good borders make good neighbors?
Professor Kreitzu spoke eloquently and correctly about the challenges of the national state today. Let me bring in a thinker that I think is probably more important to this discussion than any other, and that's John Stuart Mill. In the 19th century, John Stuart Mill, the great empiricist, said that political science would have to be refounded. Political theory would have to be refounded. Why? Because he said that the Enlightenment political theory that he had inherited is based on this kind of universal reasoning, this thinking in abstract terms that are supposed to apply to all mankind. He says there's no way to actually reach conclusions in this way. There's no way to know what is self-evident and then from that to deduce universal principles. What we need is to actually look at the world. We need to do, for example, what Montesquieu did or what Burke did when they were writing political theory, which is to look empirically at the way that the world is organized, at what actually works. We need to know what actually works. Mill writes about a quality called cohesion. National cohesion. It's the capacity of a people to maintain a mutual loyalty such that when they're put under pressure internally or externally, they're capable of surviving it. A nation that has cohesion is a nation that's going to survive through time. A nation that doesn't have cohesion is one that's going to fall apart. It's going to cease to exist. Right? And as Professor Kreitzu said, all of our freedoms and our democracy and everything that we think is good about the societies we live in depends ultimately on being able to hold the country together and therefore on this cohesion. More about that in a moment.
Okay, thank you. So the mention of John Stuart Mill, one of the great liberal political theorists, provides a nice segue to our third question, which is, if we embrace nationalism, must we reject the liberal political tradition? Why or why not? Dr. Hazoni.
Well, there's great confusion about what the word liberal means. So there are people who use the word liberal to say if you're a liberal, you're in favor of freedom. So I'm in favor of freedom. The Bible's in favor of freedom. Even the Romans claim to be in favor of freedom. So I think it's not a very useful tool to use the word liberal in that extremely broad sense. I think it's very confusing. So I'm going to use the word liberal in a much more specific way. Liberalism, I'll define liberalism in the following way. It's an Enlightenment political theory, a rationalist political theory that seeks to reduce politics, all of political life, and our understanding of it, to the free and equal individual taking on political obligations on the basis of consent. Okay, so in other words, free and equal individual consenting to enter into a society, a family, a clan, a tribe, a nation, and through consent, he or she takes on moral obligation. This is the basis of the political thought of many thinkers, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau's social contract, Kant, and it completely dominates political theory in contemporary American politics departments, for example. This kind of liberalism, right, if this is what you mean by liberalism, then I would say that there actually is a terrible difficulty in reconciling that with nationalism. Why? Because as I was just saying, I believe Mill is correct in looking at political society and saying the first thing we need to understand is what makes it cohesive, what binds it together. Look at the United States today. It used to have cohesion, but now it doesn't have cohesion. That's the reason that people are talking about resistance and civil war, God forbid. The reason people are talking about these terrible things today is because you can look around and see that the cohesion is frayed, the cohesion is being lost. The number one question in any political community has to, before anything else, has to be, what is it that causes the cohesion, and how do you lose it, and how do you get it back? Can you possibly get it back?
Okay, where even to begin here? So right off the bat, he gives actually a fairly good understanding of liberalism, at least in terms of its principles, if not how it plays out in fact. We'll touch on that in a second. What's really bugging me, and I hate this language that's often like people talk about how polarized politics is in the United States. Let's say we're so disunited. What does this mean exactly? Hazoni talks about the possibility of civil war. Are we anywhere near? Has any activity taken place that can be treated as some approximation to something that precipitates civil war? We're all still playing by the same rules. We're all still voting. Like he's describing a feeling that we lack cohesion. Do we lack cohesion in fact? It seems like we're all intensely interested in the system that prevails. Now, with respect to whether or not there's a conflict between nationalism and liberalism, that's a more interesting question. In a sense, yes. And in fact, that's why early on in the history of the formation of modern border controls, liberals argued very strongly against the imposition of, liberals argued very strongly against putting in place border regulations within the British Empire, because of course they can only debate about this within the British Empire. Restricting immigration from one part of the empire to another, in particular from India, on the postulated grounds of workers from India being coerced or lied to prior to making the journey. Now, often there was a mix of genuine goodwill and some really slippery racism going on there, because there was legitimately a lot of coercion and deception taking place in terms of how colonial plantation owners say, or other sorts of other sorts of businesses or what have you, getting cheap labor from India, lying to them about the work conditions, or with recruiters who were making commission in India, with them engaging in extremely unethical practices in order to secure labor for their employers. And so you had the introduction of things like exams in order to qualify to enter into a position in a different land. You had to prove that you could understand the conditions of your employment on your contract. You might have an interview with some kind of inspector who will make sure that, you are able to do certain things, such as read and write, or you have a certain English language competence, let's say, that makes you able to appropriately consent to the work that you're signing up for. And on the one level, this seems like a good thing, and there definitely is a good element to this. On the other, it's brilliant if you just want to exclude Indian people from your community. If you're somebody who lives in British Columbia, say, and you're really put out by the fact there are a lot of Indian people coming here, this is really convenient, because now you can say, like, look, there are all these problems that make it just really difficult for Indian workers to be here. And other things were fielded as well, like cultural differences. And it gets more complex than that. Like, there are restrictions based on, like, let's say when you come over as a worker, you have the right to bring a spouse. Well, what if you're from a culture in which you have multiple spouses of some kind? Well, now it's up to the government to determine which of your spouses is legitimate. It's really bizarre. I should have had some of those cases prepared. There are some interesting anecdotes in again, this book that I might try and find during intermission, but it's yeah. I forget what I was even responding. Right, liberalism. So that's one end of it. So you have a conflict there. I guess that's meshing. You have a conflict. You have liberals who want immigration restrictions on the grounds that there are people whose autonomy is being violated by recruiters. And then you have liberals who are saying, no, we can't have this, because the basis of the state's legitimacy under a liberal paradigm is that citizens consent to the governments in which they find themselves. And if you can't relocate yourself, then obviously your consent is kind of meaningless, because you're not consenting. You can only consent if you can choose. If you can't choose, if you're stuck where you are because the powers that be will not allow you to emigrate on the basis essentially of your race, then you're a British subject in name only. Because it's the right of British subjects to relocate within the empire. And at the same time, like, it is specifically out of a liberal paradigm in which that debate can take place that the modern understanding of borders emerges. So you can have the liberal state is ultimately a bordered state that interfaces with other ones through strict conduits of private business. Well, yeah, actually. Sorry, my brain is getting invaded by Carl Schmitt here. So his concept of the liberal state is slightly different, but the point is, there's only really a major conflict here if you're going to tie yourself down to cliches. Liberalism, as it is sort of idealized by liberal thinkers, is a very different thing from liberalism in the world.
Now here we have a problem. We have a problem because liberalism, as I've described it, right, liberalism is a theory that claims, it teaches everyone, you go to high school, you learn this, you go to college, you learn this, you go to graduate school, you learn it again. It teaches everyone that what holds a society together is consent. The free and equal individual consenting. Now consent is important, consent is very real. It's important in all sorts of things. It's especially important in businesses. It's especially important in getting married. But what holds a society together is not consent. It's something completely different, which liberal political theory doesn't touch on. In my book, I call it mutual loyalty. It's the sense that you and I, well, let's begin with me and my wife. It's the sense that me and my wife, who came all the way from Israel to sit in the audience today, it's the sense that my wife and I are one. I mean, this is a natural feeling that human beings have. The feeling that if something happens to my wife, if she gets hurt, it hurts me. It's not as if it hurts me, it really hurts me. And if something hurts me, then it hurts her. Now that's a reality, that's the fundamental bedrock reality of all of human politics, is that not only that human beings are capable of this, but they do it all the time. Human beings naturally, by nature, automatically, you don't have to teach it to them, they stick into these clusters of people who feel for one another. Families, and then families gather together in clusters of families, which are called clans, and those cluster into tribes, and those cluster into nations. And there's also clusters of nations when we speak about the Western nations.
Okay, tribes cluster into nations. How does he think the Romans understood nations? Or how... These aren't categories that are amenable to his argument that nationhood goes back to biblical times. This is ridiculous. If this is true, why do American rich oppose welfare policies without which their fellow countrymen would be hurt? Exactly. This is not a fact. This is a ridiculous... I mean, it's an abstraction, but... Like, okay, you have a personal connection to your wife, and therefore when your wife gets hurt, you feel a pang of sympathy. But you don't feel a pang of sympathy when your neighbor who you've never bothered to speak to when their wife gets hurt. You have no actual connection with the vast majority of these people that you would consider to be a part of your nation. No, loyalty has almost nothing to do with this. And again, like the principle of consent is not about establishing cohesiveness. The principle of consent is about establishing the legitimacy of government. So in Thomas Hobbes, the entire reason why consent is invoked is to show how the rationality undergirding the imposition of sovereign rule over the individual is rooted in the individual's own self-interest, in their own will, effectively. Which is why Hobbes, despite his reputation as being a bit of a hard-ass politically, is the founder of liberalism. Oh, Zanzi's got a James Connolly quote for me. Of course he does. I love James Connolly. Ireland as distinct from her people is nothing to me, and the man who is bubbling over with love and enthusiasm for Ireland, and yet can pass unmoved through our streets and witness all the wrong and the suffering, the shame and the degradation brought upon the people of Ireland, I, brought by Irishmen upon how long is this, Zanzi? I'm still reading. Upon Irishmen and women without burning to end it, is in my opinion a fraud and a liar in his heart, who no matter how he loves that combination of chemical elements he is pleased to call Ireland. I'm of Irish descent, I'm allowed to do that. Alright, we're gonna pretend that didn't happen. Let's keep going.
Or the the English-speaking nations. This reality has been completely eliminated from political thought by liberalism. We're not educated about it. The moment I start speaking about it, somebody, and it's probably running around through some people's minds already, people start to say to me, oh, you're a collectivist. That's fascism. That's organicism. Well, first of all, the name calling isn't going to help. Because if this is a psychological reality, then it just doesn't make any difference what names you call me. If you're ignoring it and it's reality, then you're not going to understand the political world. Calling me names isn't going to help. But second, notice I'm not saying that the family or the tribe or the nation must be put ahead of the individual. I'm not saying collectivism instead of individualism. That's a false dichotomy that liberals invented. The reality is that all human beings, most of the time, live for the people with whom they feel a mutual loyalty.
Yeah, which is gonna be your family and your friends. It's not gonna be the Canadian or the American on the opposite coast. You're not gonna care. In fact, most nationalist movements in America despise people based on their geographic loyalties. You hear conservatives in the United States talking all the time about coastal elites. Randy in terms used. Did I miss that? Apparently he used. Again, like Yoram Hazony is he's dumb. So yeah, he's gonna cite Ayn Rand a lot. But I'm annoyed that I missed him actually doing that deliberately. Can you specify which Randian term he used? I'm a little bit curious. Communist California? Did he say that? Oh, no, you're talking about what I just said. All right, let's keep going.
In other words, if I need to take a job that I don't want to do, that makes me suffer, in order to, because I'm loyal to my family, I'll do it. Right? Likewise, if I need to pay taxes, I live in a socialist country, I can assure you I pay more taxes than you can even imagine, and I suffer immensely doing it. But I pay them. I pay them.
Yoram Hazony lives in a socialist country. Let's figure out where that is. Who wants Yoram Hazony lives in? He lives in Jerusalem. What? What? Yoram Hazony is an Israeli philosopher, Bible scholar, and political theorist. He is president of the Herzl Institute in Jerusalem, serves as the chairman of the Emdenburg Foundation. Hazony founded the Shalom Center. He's in Jerusalem. Jerusalem's not socialist. What the? Okay. Good news, Zan. The revolution already happened. It's in Jerusalem, apparently.
Pay them exactly as I'm supposed to. Out of what? Out of loyalty, nothing else. Otherwise, I would just say resistance. Boston Tea Party. But out of loyalty, I pay my taxes. Out of loyalty, I serve in the military, even if I have suspicions that the government doesn't have the right policy. I don't agree with their policy. Still, I serve in the military. In other words, it's mutual loyalty that makes it possible to do difficult things as a group. That's the way that most individuals, maybe not all, but that's the way that most individuals actually get meaning out of life.
Okay, so when you, in your military duty, when you doing your military duty out of love for your fellow man, or sorry, of one of your own, What the hell? Is South Korea a socialist nation? They have a military service. Yeah, what the I don't even have words. What? Okay, so hang on. So is this guy now super on board with the Soviet Union then? Because like that was that was forced collectivism, so that the community could do hard things. Like wait, is he pro-socialism? I thought he was like all borderline libertarian. Views and opinions. Modern Orthodox Jew. Right, okay. Yeah, right, of course. So he's talking about the virtue. So yeah, he'd be fine with it in the context of. He just thinks that nations can't criticize each other for the way in which they choose to run things, which strikes me as silly, but okay.
Purpose out of life is by being a part of a group with which they have mutual loyalty. Now, nationalism is about focusing on this mutual loyalty and placing it at the center. Liberalism is about ignoring this mutual loyalty and pretending it doesn't exist. Right? And that's the reason that today, in today's world, liberals and nationalists are two opposed camps. Because the nationalists are saying, this country should have borders. And the liberals are saying, what are you talking about? What does a border have to do with free and individuals living according to consent?
No. The debate isn't largely between liberals and nationalists for a start, but insofar as they are arguing, it's not about whether or not there should be borders. Liberals are all about borders. It's that the nationalists want to put the borders in between groups arbitrarily based on their dislike for them. First talks about freedom, not about loyalty. Yeah, but he doesn't. The problem is he doesn't understand freedom in terms of the freedom of a person to pick their community or what have you. He thinks of it as like the nation is just a big cell, and it needs to have freedom. So here's like the irony of this. He's thoroughly Rousseauian in that respect. Because again, like, of course, the general will is not the will of any one person. It's the will of the community as a whole, as an abstraction. Again, not the general wish, it's the general will. It's what the community wills to do, which is instantiated in what it does. You can tell what the general will is by what the generality does.
And the nationalists say the government of our country should protect our industry if necessary. And the liberals say, what are you talking about? What does that have to do with the free and equal individual living according to consent? In other words, a nationalist is capable of being a capitalist, a nationalist is capable of being a liberal, a nationalist is capable of recognizing freedoms. It doesn't happen in every place, but it often does. Out of loyalty to his country, he'll grant liberties and he'll support them. But a liberal is incapable of understanding why there should be nations. And calling for patriotism doesn't help if you don't recognize the actual mutual loyalties that actually bind a real nation together.
A nationalist out of love for his country will give his countrymen rights or something. I mean, obviously not. I don't need to comment on that, but just like, how do you say something that's stupid and be like this well known as an academic. He only believes in negative freedoms, not positive ones. That's the kind of brainworms you get from right libertarianism. Oh, I can't wait for this to end.
You can't just be, call for patriotism to absolutely anything. You can call for patriotism of the European Union for another 5 centuries, and almost no one is going to be patriotic to the European Union because there are no actual ties of mutual loyalty that bind the people.
Again, would he have said the same thing about Germany? Let's look at this. I'm just going to, just so you can see. See, map of Germany before it was united. Let's see here. Yeah, this'll do. So let's go. This is how much variation there is in Germany. These were all at one point independently governed.
So what I'm calling for is a realistic nationalism. Sure, I'm for freedom. I'm for all the same freedoms I believe that Professor Kreitu is in favor of. But I want to be realistic. Where do those freedoms come from? They come from a society in which mutual loyalty is cultivated and emphasized. That's not an organicist or a fascist society. That's a human society. And what we're looking for is human societies with boundaries that don't want to conquer the rest of the world, where the leaders will take care of their own people. Thank you.
If anybody's seen it, this is actually kind of identical in an interesting way to the conversation between Vosch and the distributist, in which the distributist was insisting that municipalities should have the total right to determine how policing is done within their jurisdictions. It's the same logic. Again, like it's arbitrarily setting autonomy at a specific level of analysis, completely disregarding how that level came about. Is it just me, or is he trying really hard to argue for authoritative nationalism and ensuring we don't call it fascist? I wouldn't go that far. I mean, I think that it's very amenable to a lot of fascist discourse, but I think the main thing here is just the rigid methodological nationalism, where the nation is just a thing that's there. It's just a thing that's there. It bears rights. That's just super important. William Kurtz says, this entire dialectic here is baffling. You're completely talking past the point he's making. He is clearly arguing in a positive sense for group cohesion and loyalty. Yeah, and I bet he's arguing for well-being and prosperity and happiness and joy and freedom, etc. Like, it doesn't matter. The point is that in the process of doing so, he's putting forward a bunch of implicit arguments that do not stand to scrutiny. Yeah.
Dr. Kreitu?
Yoram Hazony has joined the group of thinkers who believe liberalism has failed. Patrick Deneen has written an important book, Why Liberalism Failed, in which he tried to explain, much along the same lines, the failure of liberalism. But let's take a closer look at the proclaimed death or failure of liberalism. The current pessimism is somewhat surprising in light of the facts, and here are the facts, not the fake facts. Global life expectancy in the past 175 years has risen from 30 to 70. The share of people living below the threshold of extreme poverty has fallen from 80% to just 8%, and the absolute number has halved. The literacy rates are up more than fivefold to over 80%. And civil rights and the rule of law are more robust today than they were only 4 decades ago. Now, it is important to remind that the liberal doom industry has a long and distinguished history. The death of liberalism is not a new trope, and basically, as a matter of fact, it has been announced ever since liberalism was born. About 150 years ago, the first signs of the death of liberalism were proclaimed. In an article published in February 1900, declared in England, in Edinburgh, in Scotland, declared that liberalism is dead, referring not just to the UK Liberal Party, but liberalism as a political theory. The editor of The Atlantic in 1900, across the Atlantic, the editor of The Nation, wrote despairingly of the eclipse of liberalism, and he proclaimed that liberalism is dead as well. Even after the defeat of Nazism and the victory of open society after 1945, obituaries for liberalism continued. Now, I think we have this doom industry for liberalism because the meaning of the term is ambiguous. It does not describe, and here is where I think our disagreements are probably most clear, it does not describe, in my view, a unified and coherent political theory, but liberalism serves rather as an umbrella, a rather generous umbrella for a large family of theories created over a course of several centuries by diverse authors from different backgrounds with disparate notions about the meanings and harboring different intentions. So until we see better and we discuss in further detail what liberalism is, it is hard to know what we are worrying about. The name liberalism has been used to describe systems of governance as distinctive as the French physiocrats' laissez-faire, the libertarians' night watchman state, FDR New Deal, the law-ordered state of the German Ordo Liberals, or Lyndon Johnson's Grey Society. Today, new liberals criticize neoliberalism, a catchy and imprecise word in my view, as a cause of increasing inequality and declining social mobility. At the same time, classical liberals denounce the excesses of the social welfare state for its encroachment on individual liberty and for creating state dependency. So liberalism is decried in other circles as a amoral and callous doctrine embraced by an amoral and callous elite with a blind apology of market greed and low taxes. So, in my view, liberalism is a more capacious concept that all of these critics imply. At the heart of liberalism, I would like to propose one finds 4 clusters of ideas that distinguish liberals from conservatives and socialists on the right and the left-hand side of the political spectrum.
This is so boring. Let's just see if there's an open discussion. This is like, oh, is it just questions? Don't you freaking lame people.
An Old Testament-oriented Protestantism.
Oh, God.
As I said at the beginning, if you could come down this side, my left, you're...
Okay, we'll see if there's some interesting questions. Otherwise, we'll go to the next thing. Because, oh my God, this milquetoast guy on the right is going to give me an aneurysm.
Right. We have a microphone set up here at the front. If you could come there to ask your questions, that would be appreciated.
For nationalism is based entirely on biblical. This question for Dr. Harzone. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes. Good.
Okay. So it seems that your argument for nationalism is based entirely on biblical / Hebrew text. Is that correct?
No?
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 Well, you talked about that a bit, where the idea of a nation state comes from that, correct?
Originally, yeah. Yes. Originally, the idea of a national state and a world order of national states is biblical. But, you know, we have about 3,000 years of history of people arguing for it and against it since.
The idea of a world system, period, is not biblical. That's... No. No. That's just wrong.
So what is the modern interpretation in the modern context of the nation state to you,
What is the modern interpretation?
of a nation state, according to what you understand?
Well, a nation is a group of tribes with a shared heritage, right? Different kinds of people clustered according to their mutual loyalties with a shared heritage.
Notice what he's doing here. It's actually really insidious. So, the Romans did not have a firm distinction between tribe and nation, right? What is he doing by demoting some groups as being tribes and then these larger umbrella groups as being nations? Nations are the things that bear rights, right? Tribes don't. Nations do. The big thing, despite the fact that minutes ago he was saying that it was essential to a functioning political community that everybody feels a sense of personal loyalty towards other members of the community. You need to have loyalty and empathy for the people around you. When they hurt, you hurt. And that's what allows society to function. He's giving us the answer implicitly to how he would respond to the Palestine question. Well, they're just a tribe, right? If they don't form a nation, they don't bear rights. What does he think of indigenous Americans? They're just tribes. It's the nation that bears rights. The tribes are just these little things that ultimately have to, give up for the greater good of their nation. Now, of course, he doesn't regard them as, well, I mean, he probably would in a certain respect. Yeah.
Usually includes
Zanzi says, this is what I was getting at with the Connolly quote. If you can stop caring about your fellow tribesmen, then we don't love the nation. You're just a fraud. Yeah. Exactly. It's not even a matter of stopping caring about your fellow tribesmen. It's that he doesn't already from the start. I mean, how do you feel loyalty? Like, I would love to mine his Twitter if I wasn't blocked on Twitter from him. I would love to mine his Twitter to see if he has any remarks, say, on the homeless or on people of different sexual orientations or identities or what have you, or religions, let's say in the context of Jerusalem or in the context of Israel generally. Like, I guarantee you, it will not take much prodding to find huge swaths of his nation to which he feels nothing but contempt.
common language, often a common religion. For example, the American nation state for up until World War II was characterized by an Old Testament-oriented Protestantism as the dominant force, certainly not as the only one, but as the dominant cultural force. The common law as the legal tradition, and of course the English language. So, for example, as the United States was expanding, it added, it added dozens of states, but the United States never added states that didn't have a majority that was Christian, English-speaking, common law abiding, with one exception. So that was the.
Okay, so Let's just think about this for a second. So it's kosher when America does it because, see, they flooded in Christian immigrants so that they now formed the majority population in the states which confederated. I mean, okay. Okay, Urim. Is it Urim? Or is it Urim? It's Urim. That's funny, though.
The cultural inheritance, the things that Americans were proud of and that tied them together. And when people immigrated into the United States, they were absorbed, assimilated into that culture. It doesn't mean that they gave up every indication of, of the customs that they had left. But up until World War II, it was very clear what the American nation was, and you could say the same kind of thing about other nations. What are the basic characteristics of this nation? It doesn't mean that they can't adopt others into them, but the others who are being adopted, they have to fit themselves within the national traditions of the country. So my understanding of what it is that nationalists want in general, some of them are good guys and some of them are bad guys, but what they have in common is that they all want some kind of capacity for their own nation, to have its own borders, to control them, to have its own national inheritance, to be able to define its traditions and to choose among them and to teach them in the schools and to speak about them in public.
He just talked about some of them being bad and good. Do these people have loyalty to each other? Like, what? This is incoherent. Is he actually just kind of dumb? I think he might just be a little bit dumb. How is this guy famous? He's famous for the same reason that, well, Steven Pinker is a bad example. He's famous for the same reason Christopher Hitchens is famous. Is he that smart? Does he know a whole lot? No, not really, but he says stuff in a professional capacity with, I wouldn't necessarily call Yoram Hazony all that charismatic, but, he says stuff that people want to hear, and so money goes into him. That's all. It's not that surprising. Look, I'm just saying, Donald Trump was the American president for the last 4 years. It's not... Intelligence and coherence are not conditions of fame.
Life without being saying, no, that's unfair. Why are you choosing that tradition? And to be able to pursue their own interests without having other countries saying, no, actually, it's illegitimate for a democratically elected government in Italy to pursue its own policies as it sees fit. Does that make sense?
Yep, thank you.
Hello.
You're right, Hitchens was a bad example. Hitchens actually did have a lot of charisma. I'm trying to think of another example. And I can't. I just don't want to think about it. This guy has wiped my brain.
Hello. Thank you for being here. My question is, with the rising levels of nationalism and ethnic tension in...
Yes, Jordan Peterson is a great example. Although Jordan Peterson also has a charisma. People make fun of his voice, but he actually has that soft-spokenness, and the gravity is its own aesthetic. But yeah, that's a good example.
in East Asia, do you foresee nationalism leading to any sort of World War I style conflict in East Asia? Or
Also, to be clear, Yoram Hazony has never reached the level of popularity of Christopher Hitchens or Jordan Peterson, right? Like, they reached a popular audience. I don't think many non-academics or non, super politically involved people are really aware of Yoram Hazony at all. He's mostly operating in his capacity as a professor here. What's baffling is that as a professor, he can say stuff that is this patently wrong in a formal setting and not be seriously taken to task for it. Yeah, exactly, Zan. Peterson is very skilled at constructing narrative flow and delivering expositions. He's a great storyteller. He's a fantastic storyteller. Despite the fact that he can't, for some reason, remember the plots of Harry Potter or Pinocchio.
Or as a more unifying factor of East Asian culture to understand one another despite the differences of each country. Oh, this is to both of you, sorry.
Well, look, I'm not completely sure that despite what you read in the media, I'm not entirely convinced that that China is a nationalist power, right? So if you're going to convince, say, with respect to India or Japan or Australia, I would have no problem saying those countries are not looking to dominate other countries. Politics involves force. I don't mean to be utopian about it. It means force and it means influence. But in general, if you take as examples of Asian powers which do not seem to me to be imperialist in their current software, Australia, India, and Japan are countries which I think you could trust them to, as far as you can trust any government and any state and any human being, but you can trust them in general to be thinking in terms of cultivating their heritage, their economies, building up their own capacities. Maybe that includes military capacities because there are threats. But I'm not sure that the tension in East Asia is because of the nationalism of those countries. I think that the principal tension in East Asia has to do with the doubt that many people have as to what China's ambitions are. And I understand there's an argument about this, but to the extent that people feel that China is attempting to replace America as kind of a world hegemon ruling the world, I think that's probably the source of most of the tensions.
Dr. Kretu, would you?
I have nothing to add to what Dr. Hazony said.
Thank you.
Thank you both for being here today to discuss these issues. My question to Dr. Hazony is mainly addressed to the issue of America's founding. So I'm curious as to what you think, and I also have a question for Dr. Cranty, if that's okay.
That's fine.
I'm curious as to if you think the American founding was justified. I personally, this has to do with your comment around the Boston Tea Party. I personally think that it was justified in some ways, but probably not entirely. But yeah, I guess what would you agree with the founding of our nation?
That's a fantastic question. Thank you for asking that. Look, first of all, it's complicated. All right, let me just point out that since I'm arguing against thinking of politics entirely on the basis of consent, right? Since that's one of the central things I'm objecting to, is that we have obligations often to an inherited government or regime, traditions, religion. We have obligations, family, to things that we didn't choose. We never chose our family, and still we have obligations to our family. Since that's my view, I want to be suspicious about claims that anytime some people decides that they want to have an independent country, then they get one, right? And Professor Kretu correctly pointed to, I think with suspicion, to independence movements. You mentioned Catalonia and Flanders, where suspiciously it just looks a little bit too much like really what you have is a wealthy region that wants to be independent because it doesn't want to share its wealth with somebody else who's poorer. All right, so no, look, I'm not taking sides on these issues. I'm saying that suspicion is in order. So.
Yeah, he's not taking sides on these issues. He's just, you know, promoting a position that legitimizes exclusively one side in these issues. Enough of this. Let's go to the next thing. This is painful, guys. I am not having fun talking. Oh, wait. Wrong button. We want to get rid of that one. Yes. All right. What do we want to look at here? You know what? Let's look at something short. Because I think it's actually going to have some, I mean, it might have some salience with the previous conversation, previous debate, I should say. But it's short. And then we'll take an intermission, and then we'll come back. Just get this set up. Here we go. So this is kind of interesting. This is Lester Maddox and Jim Brown discussing segregation. This is from the 70s. These are arguments that you will see fielded quite often today, not on television, to be sure. But it's interesting. Let's do it.
Governor, let me just ask you this right straight out. What do you understand racism to mean, or how would you define that, or segregation? Would you say you're a segregationist?
Yes, and I believe in my term, or my definition of segregation, yes, and that is a segregationist is a person that loves his race enough, or other races enough, has enough of racial pride and integrity to want to preserve them. And I think a racist is one that doesn't care enough for his race or another race to where they don't care whether they're amalgamated or destroyed or not.
Then could
Eerie, isn't it? Like, it's almost identical, the form of argumentation. He's just drawing it on genetic lines as opposed to, well, national lines. But what does that mean? Like, this is where it becomes super easy to reframe culture, say, or any other sort of extrinsic element to human bodies, ostensibly, like citizenship or shared history or something like that. Because if you determine that the only people you're going to identify with or you're going to associate with are going to be people of a specific ethnic description, then definitionally you are not going to have a shared history with those people. So you can now field cultural differences as an alibi for what are in fact racial prejudices, and you can't be caught. Because you can say in all honesty, hey, look, we've just developed apart for all of these years, and yeah, that's how it is. So, yeah.
Could I ask the governor a question?
Yeah?
Are you familiar with the black Muslims in this country?
Not too familiar with them, no.
Well, they practice black separatism.
Well, that's the reason I'm not familiar with them.
Good answer, very good answer. That's all to say. But to continue along that line, do you feel that what they're doing is right? You know, they believe that white people should be separate. They believe that they should have a state in this country. I think they felt that Mississippi, Georgia should be, you know, one of those two states should be the state. Do you feel that
I was thinking maybe they ought to make it New York.
New York, you think so? All right, I'm gonna get off of that, Governor. You look too tough.
No, I think that forced racial segregation is criminal and unconstitutional, and I think forced racial integration is criminal and unconstitutional. I think either one of them is cruel.
You mean on a
By
social?
force.
You mean on a social level?
Any level, where it's forced.
Well, we do have like the laws. You mean when the laws are enforced, that if it involves integration, then it is wrong?
If it forces people against their will, against denying them their choice, to
Then you mean
separate or to integrate.
There should be an
It'd
exception.
be just as wrong if the law would be just as wrong to force them to integrate as it would to be to force them to segregate.
Well, don't you?
If a country can finally get to the point of saying, well, you're going to hire this person, you're going to promote this person, you're going to serve this person, or you, then the same country can come right around and tell you that you've got to work for that person, you've got to eat with that person, you've got to be served by that person. And this would be cruel and wrong, but so it is when it tells another person that you've got to do this.
Well, the laws of the land tells us all what we have to do, basically.
That doesn't make it right.
Well, I agree with that, but
I mean,
don't you
the Supreme Court goes outside the Constitution. That doesn't make the Supreme Court right, does it?
Don't you believe to have an affluent society, we've all, chose to live in a society together, don't you believe that to preserve that society that we need laws of the land? That's why we have a society. And we cannot make exception to these laws just because a person happens to be black or white. Don't you
We've
believe
got
that?
most of these laws because we don't abide by the laws of God, though. And so we try to go against the laws of God and against the laws of nature, and we say, well, you're inferior, and you're not going to be able to meet with success in education or in your social life, even in your religious life, unless you do it with another race. And this teaches inferiority to me.
As
and it's
governor-
wrong, and it's criminal, and it's cruel to teach any one person that he is inferior to another race or his race is inferior.
But as governor of the state of Georgia, did you go by the laws of God or by the laws of the state?
I go by the laws of God and by the laws of the state.
As you see fit.
What is...
No, it's not as I say.
That was a good comeback. It's basically the identical principle, though. So when the previous speaker, Aurelian Karatu, however you pronounce his name, when he was making the distinction between the nationalism of... What was the actual terminology? It was the nationalism of people, of wealthy people who wanted to withhold goods. And then there was the nationalism of the... Was it the vulnerable? I think it was the vulnerable. What this amounts to, in effect, again, is like it's a perfect alibi. It's a perfect alibi to justify activities that, I mean, we don't know for certain, but basically are motivated entirely by racial prejudice. What is the title of the video? It is Lester Maddox and Jim Brown get into heated debate on segregation on the Dick Cavett Show. Lester Maddox is a governor. He's arguing with a football player. The football player sounds like a much more educated gentleman than the governor, a little bit alarmingly. Although I guess there has been more than one actor in the White House at this point. The form of this argument is basically identical to Yoram Hazony's, but Yoram Hazony has the legitimating factor of the nation state being treated as sort of a given in a lot of political discourse. So, whereas this guy is unfashionable because he's talking about explicit racial segregation, Yoram Hazony gets a pass because he's talking about racial segregation that's covered over by the alibi of, no, we're just protecting our borders, which just happen to delimit the bounds of the political community, which just happens to be exclusionary based on ethnicity. So...
Governor, when you say it's morally wrong, integration, I believe that's what you said, or it's
I said
basically...
forced segregation or forced integration, racial integration or forced racial segregation. They're both morally wrong, cruel, and they're in violation of the United States Constitution, which is the law of the land, not the Supreme Court ruling that denies the Constitution.
You know, I assume you know Dr. Billy Graham.
Sir?
I said, you know Dr. Billy
Yes,
Graham?
sir.
He was here last night, and he said that racial prejudice is also morally wrong. Would you?
So an interesting question by Tartar Sauce 101. Why do you care? Why force separatists to behave like they're not separatists? You are carrying water for the rich, nothing more, destroying barriers for capital. Well, let's take to go back to the previous debate. Let's take Hazony's statement seriously that you need coherence to have a healthy society. Well, one of the causes of what he would characterize as extreme social disunity is the fact that certain members of society are unable, on account of affirmative action programs, say, to access proportionately the same amount of services. Let's say, for example, in the case of scholarships and bursaries, something like that. Or maybe just affirmative action in the general sense. Affirmative action for black students, for example, is not available for white students, obviously. Well, what if now you have a situation where people are unable to be employed in certain cities or in certain districts on account of the business owner having the right to associate only with members of his own race in terms of who he employs, or in terms of who he allows to sit in a restaurant, things like that. That's a problem. From a totally morally neutral standpoint, that is a serious problem. Now, there's the additional element where you are also depriving huge parts of your community, or permitting, rather, huge parts of your community to deprive other huge parts of your community of freedom of association and of movement, and to not be discriminated against in terms of who they work for or what cities they are able to live in because of the restrictions imposed upon because of employer prejudice against people of certain ethnic descriptions. Like that's a problem. It's not simply a matter of letting the letting the boys have their boys only sign in the clubhouse in the woods where it's of no consequence. We're talking about access to a livelihood, the ability to be a part of a community in a larger sense than just in the abstract. Tartar Sauce 101 says people segregate naturally. White flight is never. Okay, do they though, or are people segregated by things like poverty, income, geographical access resulting from poverty or income, things like that? Maybe a history of not having civil rights or access to university in a little less than a century ago. Yeah, Zenzi's correct. You really do need to qualify the idea that it's nature or coerced culturally, economically, socially, etc. If you're just choosing to ignore the latter, well, I can't really help you. That's why it's bigotry, because it's unreflective.
Would you agree with that?
Oh, yes, sir. I think racial prejudice is wrong. Yes, sir. We have more, our government's probably practicing more prejudice today than ever practiced in all the land so far as between the black and whites.
There was a quote that you made on the fight in Miami that Muhammad Ali participated in with Jerry Quarry. And, well, not in Miami, but in Atlanta. But black people always felt that Atlanta was the model city of the South because of its integration and because of the participation in economics of black people. And your statement on the day of the fight was something like this, that it's a dark day in Georgia because this fight is being put on. Now, the law of the land said that a man can participate in his particular profession unless he is in jail. I felt very happy that this fight took place in Atlanta. How did you feel about it?
I felt very sad.
And why was that?
Here's a man that has said, well, here I want to fight in the ring for money, but I won't even wear the uniform of my country. He says that I can't do this, but in other words, I'm going to act different from these other people who stand up for their country and put on the uniform. Had they not fought for this country, if they were not even fighting today and wearing this uniform, that he could not even get in a ring and fight and be a free man to
but
fight.
Isn't it true
so
that...
he's helping to tear down this country with this philosophy, with this belief. Suppose every American, Mr. Brown, suppose every American had decided that they were not going to put on the uniform of their country and not fight for it. We wouldn't have a United States of America, and I couldn't be on your show, and you probably wouldn't even have a show tonight.
It true?
If everybody had that attitude, and I don't like it, and I don't care whether you like it, don't care who don't like it.
Well, I did serve my time, which, of course, I was a little before Muhammad Ali, and I was not maybe as intelligent as he is, because he was the first individual, I think, in this country that came out and said he had nothing against the Viet Cong. I think there were two other politicians in the country that made a very similar statement later. The late Bobby Kennedy came back from Vietnam and basically said the same thing. At the time, it was not a popular stand to make, but today it is a very popular stand. In fact, we have a lieutenant that's on trial now for certain things that happened in Vietnam. But I am saying that this man followed the law of the land. He made his stand. He has been fighting through the courts. He has gone to the higher courts, and he will go to jail if he is proven guilty.
Well, I hope.
Sometimes there is small justice in that people actually do get the voice they deserve.
Now,
He
don't you
does
feel,
go, I
can I
hope,
finish?
because I think he's guilty
Can
of
I
treason.
finish? Can I finish? Don't you feel that whenever a man goes through the courts, that he is abiding by the laws of the land, and that man who is willing to stand up with that decision is a brave man, regardless of what his beliefs might be? I know a lot of Southerners who, really like black people. And, they portray themselves as being really segregationists and that they hate black people and so forth. But
I know some black people feel the same way, but I don't know any Southerners that don't like, white Southerners don't like blacks. Do you know of any? Can you name one?
I'll tell you something. That's a very interesting point.
Can you name one?
No, I'm going to answer that question. It's an interesting point, you see.
It is, yeah.
They like black people, but they like them in a role, you see. They like them when they're very humble and they're very loyal.
I like humble people whether they're white or black, don't you?
I know, but you see...
And loyal people whether they're black or white, don't you?
The white people have
you
the
just
choice.
You don't like them loyal
You don't
if
like
they're
the
white
black people to have the choice, you see. It's only a matter of choice.
I want black people and white people to have choice.
Well,
you
let me
got
ask
it
you-
all mixed up. You're trying to twist it around.
No, I'm only trying to agree with you. Would you let me finish?
If you'll tell the truth.
Well, I'm only making an analysis, really. It's not a matter of truth or false. What I'm really saying is that basically history has proven that during the days of slavery, whenever a slave was more or less humble and he did what he was told, that he was in good favor with the master. But whenever a slave was too educated, if he became aware of his own self and he wanted to become more than the master wanted him to become, then he was a bad slave. He was then put down because he represented a threat to the already established kind of white society.
Let me say this. Those situations are true with white people and black people. Now, you're just trying to point it at black people only.
Because
but they've been true
that's
throughout
the
the history
subject
of the
we're
world.
talking about.
There's been discrimination. Black against black, black against white, white against black, and white against white. There always has been, there always will be.
You're not
and you're not
addressing-
going to wipe
you're
it
not-
out,
you're
and
not
Tricky Dick's not going to wipe it out, and the Supreme Court's not going to wipe it out.
You're not addressing it. You're not addressing
Are you
your answer
referring
to
to
my
me as
question.
Tricky Dick?
No, you know who I'm talking about.
Oh, you were? Oh.
Well, you know something, Governor? Believe it or not, I don't think that integration should be the #1 thrust of our civil rights leaders anyway, because I think what we're really talking about in this country is economic development of black people, because I've found
Economic development of all people.
well, we're talking about underprivileged
How come just
people.
black people? How
We're
come you just
talking-
want to do it for
well,
black people? How come you don't want to do it for white people?
I'll tell you why.
Huh?
I'll tell
How
you
come you
why.
want to do it for everybody? How come
Can
you
I-
always
can I
black
get-
people?
can
Why
I
don't you
get-
talk about all people?
Can I give you an answer?
I think
Can
we
I
understand
Please.
the question.
Yeah.
Can I give you an answer? Do you mind?
Now go ahead. If you're ready, I'll give you time.
Okay, Governor. What I'm really saying is that there are some people that have suffered in this country, poor people generally, but let's say that we have various ethnic groups in this country that have attained a certain kind of equality. Black people are more or less, along with the Indians, on the last rung of the ladder. Can I finish, Governor?
Boy.
Can I finish? Okay, do you mind?
The governor
Now,
said
what I'm really
fully
saying
agrees.
is that I feel that the way to bring about equality of black people in this system is
What
through
about
economic...
equality of white people? Now,
Can
I
I-
won't interrupt you every time you keep calling black people.
Well,
What about equality of all people?
If you interrupt me, Governor, I can't talk to you.
Well, if you're just going to talk about black people, don't include all people. I try to include all people. You're just interested in the black. Why don't you tell these people that in Atlanta, Georgia, where you keep talking about the South, that the percentage-wise, more black people are professional business people, industrial leaders,
Governor,
more
can
of them in
I-
our
can I-
state
can
house
I-
elected officials than
can I
any other
interrupt
state
you?
in the country.
Can I interrupt you? Can I interrupt
Be
you?
all right, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. See, I'm not really here to fight with you. I'm only trying to have a discussion with you.
I'm not going to
And
fight
I'm
with you
trying,
either.
and I'm
but
trying to use the
I want you-
techniques.
There's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of people out there watching you, and I want you to be fair about all people, not just black people. We got a lot of people in this country.
I can understand that, but you do know I have a reputation, right? And I saw
don't
you.
know about it.
I
I'm not
saw
sure.
you. I saw
Tell
you.
me what your reputation
I
is
saw
now.
you bring that state trooper back there, you know, behind the curtain. I know you brought him back there for a reason. But that's not my purpose tonight.
Here you go trying.
That is not my purpose.
So keeping in mind, this is from 1970. When was the Voting Rights Act? 1965? So by this point in time, black people in America had been able to vote for their own interests for a little under half a decade.
Well, you let me
Tonight.
tell you this.
Would you like to join this conversation?
No, I'm going to say this now.
Would you like to join this conversation?
I would let. Why is it coming
Let
apart?
me say this, Mr.
Would you let Dick talk a little
No, I've
longer?
got to say this. No, I'm going to let him talk
See,
right now.
before I
Mr.
got on
Cut
this
me
pro-
off.
before I got on this
Because I got
program,
a
you
state
wouldn't
trooper
talk,
like
would you?
all the other governors in the country carry one, and they require it in the state governments that the governors have security personnel.
didn't get
with.
him because
so
you
I
knew I
carry
was
one
here,
of
right?
them. I didn't even know you would be here. It was a surprise when I came here tonight and found you would be here.
Wait.
I've never traveled anywhere in the United States since I've been governor. No other governors travel without one security personnel. Some of them have 3 and 4. I carry one man as an aide, not as security.
Governor Mattis, could
Are
I?
you afraid because I came up here with an aide?
I've forgotten what my voice sounds like. Could I would like to say, Governor, I don't want you to create the impression that you were trapped in any sense tonight. I mean, it's been known for some days that Mr. Brown is going to be here. We didn't actually trap you, did we, into coming in?
Well, I want you to know that I didn't know he was going to be here, but it wouldn't make no difference because you invited me and I accepted the invitation.
Yes.
But he said something about I know his reputation. I don't know Jim Brown. Who is Jim Brown?
Well, let me introduce you.
Well, how about that? Okay, well, that was funny, but, like, yeah. Okay. We're gonna take a little intermission just so I don't die of blood clots. We've been here for 2.5 hours. So, yeah. We'll be back in a little bit for more fun. Actually, the ones we got next are actually probably going to be quite interesting because we're not getting these from YouTube anymore. The next... where are we here? The next ones we have... And we have 3, and I'm going to let you pick which ones we go through first. And these are actually on the... what is it called? IAI. Philosophy for Our Time. It's an interesting channel. But there are 3. There are tribal roots and tribal conflict. There is the morality of the tribe. And these are sort of panels and debates. And then there is tribal identity and tribal conflict. So to give you a taste of what these are like, for tribal roots and tribal conflict, how it works is people seem to pitch positions and then they have panels discussing them. So David Miller, who's in the first of these, tribal roots and tribal conflict, argues, and they conveniently have summaries here, you can be justified in putting tribal interests first. And then Homi Bhabha responds with, a sense of belonging is important, but nationalism is simplistic. And then Yasmin Abdel Majid, I hope I didn't pronounce that incorrectly, no one should dictate how we identify with their roots, and so on. That's sort of an idea of how that goes forward. But these actually seem really interesting. And then the questions are like, do universal rights require flexibility? Should morality correct human instinct? Should we treat all people equally? Things like that. So it should actually be fairly high level compared to the gong show that we were seeing before. So we're going to have a short intermission, probably about 20 or so minutes, and then we'll come back and continue. But yeah, so the three options are tribal roots and tribal conflict, tribal identity and tribal conflict, or morality of the tribe. And let me know which one you'd like, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes, let's say 5:30 PST. I have no idea what the hell that other music was. Apparently it was something called Decay. I don't know why that's in my playlist. That is not on brand. Okay. Alright. So, where are we now? Have we chosen? We have 3 choices. Morality of the tribe has 1 vote. Tribal identity and conflict has another. Well. Let's go with tribal roots and tribal conflict, because nobody voted for that one. No, let's do morality of the tribe. I think this one's going to be interesting. Here we go. Let's wait for people to get back. Then we will start the latter half of this horrible, horrible ordeal. Okay. All right, let's go.
It's about the question of morality of the tribe and universal ethics. Should you be impartial? In some ways, that might seem the answer is obviously a yes. But if you then think what impartiality means, if you take it very seriously, it means not giving any special preference to your family or your children, your neighbours necessarily, maybe not even your species, which is an issue we may or may not get onto later. So we've got a great panel to talk about this. To my immediate right, David Miller. He's Professor of Political Theory at Oxford and has been described, we don't know who by, as one of the world's leading political philosophers. It wasn't his. It wasn't his.
Wasn't
his
by
mother,
me.
It wasn't him. Yeah. Far right, Natalie Cargill. She's the founder and executive director of Effective Giving UK, which is a non-profit which helps donors maximise the impact of their donations. She's also an associate tenant barrister at Sergeants in Chambers and has worked with the UN Human Rights Council. And to my immediate left is Peter Tatchell, well-known activist, author, co-founder of the queer human rights group Outrage, campaigns for human rights all over the globe in all sorts of parts of the world. So we're very glad you arrived in one piece today. Can we start with you, David? The question really is about, are we to any extent justified it right to think that morality has a kind of a tribal element? Let's put it that way.
Good, thanks. Yeah, that's the question. And the first thing I think to say is that morality is a very complex thing. It's more like a department store than a specialist boutique, you could say. And many of the departments do have tribal features in the sense that the duties and obligations we have are directed towards those who are close to us, our family, friends, work colleagues, people we interact with on a daily basis. And of course, we also have special responsibilities to people we share identities with, people in our faith communities, and I would argue our compatriots. Well, that's just a description of how morality works in practice. Doesn't so far justify it, and I'll come back to that. But now you may be asking, but doesn't morality also have universal features? Don't we also owe things just to human beings, regardless of any special relationships we have to them? Well, we do have obligations of that kind, But I'm going to argue that to a large extent, those are negative in character. That's to say, there are things that we must not do to other human beings, no matter who they are. We mustn't kill them, rape them, exploit them, torture them, deceive them. Those are all negative injunctions. Don't do these things. That's very important that we have those negative duties to people everywhere. But when it comes to positive duties, things we're actively required to do for other people, then I think the scope is much narrower. Now, we do have a duty of rescue. That's to say, a duty to save another human being from death or serious injury when we can do so at little cost to ourselves. And that applies no matter who the person is. But unless we're professional lifeguards or members of mountain rescue teams, that's something we're only called on to do on very rare occasions, and that's important. So, positive obligations then are nearly all directed to those we identify with, family, friends, and so on. But how can we justify that?
Oh, well, that simplifies things. I guess I have to subscribe for this. Bastards. Alright. Well, it wasn't that interesting anyways. Let's find something else. Why did I know that was going to happen? Okay, here we go. This one looks interesting. So this is a debate from Intelligence Squared. Is nationalism a force for good? So we will look at that one. Sorry guys, I gave you a choice and everything and it just... Yeah. Of course I typed this down. Positive obligations to close as. You know, I'm going to subscribe to that, and at some point I'm going to do this again. Not for a little while. At least not with this topic, but I'll do that again. 4-hour stream was going to happen eventually. Oh, by the way, I've got a new policy on questions for long streams. In future, what'll happen is we'll divide it between questions that I want you to mark with an asterisk. Non-super chat questions I will answer at the end, and super chat questions I will try to answer during. And then no such rules, of course, for Sunday debates. All equal then. But yeah, let's keep going. Positive obligations to close ass.
Hi everybody, I'm John Donvan, your host and moderator for this virtual digital debate. I am online with 4 guests who will take on the resolution, Nationalism is a Force for Good. We are recording this debate.
I did not realize Edward Fazer was in this. No, wait. That's not Edward Fazer. He looks like Edward Fazer, though. That was weird.
On Monday, June 22nd, and we are releasing it live to you right now. I also want to say that this debate is being held in partnership with our friends at the German Marshall Fund. So a particular welcome to all of you tuning in from the annual Brussels Forum.
Good morning and good afternoon from Brussels. Welcome back to Brussels Forum 2020. Let me thank our partners at the outset, as always. To our founding partners, Daimler and the Belgian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to our forum partner, Deloitte, and to all our associate and supporting and knowledge partners, we're very, very grateful for their partnership. For the last 2 years, we've partnered with Intelligence Squared US on what has become a very central part of Brussels Forum. It's always well received, a series of critical debates. Today, we're going to have a debate on the question of whether nationalism is the future. Let me thank Intelligence Squared.
Okay, I have to see if I can identify any of these. So, that looks like it could be a rent. And given that there's a photograph on top, I think that is in a rent book. I don't know what it is, though. But I could be wrong. Damn, I can't recognize any of it. That might be Speed and Politics, that yellow volume there. On his right shoulder. And what else? No. No, it's too blurry. Damn.
Squared US again for their partnership, and a special thank you to Robert Rosenkrantz, chairman of Intelligence Squared US, and to John Donovan, our moderator. John, welcome back, and over to you.
And here's something I would like you all to ponder ahead of today's debate, something to ask yourself about yourself, which is, how much does your identity hinge on what nation you are a citizen of? From wherever you may be joining us, whether it's in the United States or France or Brazil or Egypt or Malaysia or Kenya, how much do you consider being an American citizen or a French citizen or Brazilian or Malaysian or Egyptian or Kenyan a core part of who you are? And how much does that bind your interests to the millions of other people who share that citizenship with you? I'm asking you this because we are taking on the topic of nationalism, a political movement and a theory which has been getting a lot of attention, especially in the last few years, as various nationalist movements and politicians appear.
Novins and Hosek asks, why do all these hit by poverty men in suits not have a copy of On the Governance of China on their shelves? I'm actually going to look into that in a future stream. That one I really actually do want to cover, so that'll be fun.
Ascendant in places like Hungary and Poland and Russia and the United Kingdom and the United States, arguably. The question we're asking reflects one that you might ask yourself. Are you inclined to embrace nationalism as an expression of who you are and as an organizing principle for how your leaders do business with the rest of the world? Or are you wary? Do you see a dark side to nationalism that causes you deep concern? Well, we think that in these questions we have the makings of a debate, so that's what we're going to do. We're basically going to say and ask you to answer this question, yes or no, to this statement: nationalism is a force for good. I am here to help juggle the squares on your screen, these two teams of two who are ready to argue for and against the resolution. So let's meet our debaters. Again, the resolution is nationalism is a force for good. So first up, arguing for the resolution, nationalism is a force for good, here is Colin Duick. Colin, you are a scholar of international affairs. You have advised several administrations on foreign policy and recently released a book on the topic of what you call conservative nationalism. I just want to say welcome to Intelligence Squared. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, John.
And where are you in the nation or the world right now?
I live in a small town in Virginia called Warrenton, and love it here. It's mercifully distant from Washington, D.C.
But not that distant, in the orbit, but outside the Beltway. Thanks so much
Exactly.
for joining us. And I want to introduce your partner who will also be arguing for the resolution. I want to say hello to Prerna Singh. Prerna, you are a political scientist and author of a book on the emerging nationalism of India. It's great to have you with us. I just want to say welcome, and where are you joining us from?
I'm joining you from Little Rhodey, Rhode Island, and Providence, where I'm based because I teach at Brown University.
Thanks so much for joining us. It's excellent to have you here. Now, arguing against the resolution, we have two debaters as usual. Again, the resolution is nationalism is a force for good. These debaters arguing against that. First, I want to say hello to Andrew Keene. Andrew, welcome back to Intelligence Squared.
Hi, John.
So, Andrew, for folks who haven't seen our previous debates, you've debated with us a number of times. One of our favorite debaters. You are a film director. You host a podcast. You're an author. And you're one of the foremost commentators on the state of democracy in the world today. Welcome back. And where in this world are you right now?
I'm in the People's Republic of Berkeley.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us again. As I said before, it's great to have you back. And our fourth debater, again, will be speaking against the resolution. I want to say hello to Alif Shafak. Alif, you're an award-winning novelist. You're also a founding member of the European Council on Foreign Relations. It's great to have you with us. And where are you joining us from?
Well, I'm in the UK. I'm in London.
Okay, fantastic. So we're truly international today, which again plays to what our partners are doing with the Brussels Forum. So it's great to have all four of you with us. So as always, our debate will go in 3 rounds, and then you, our online audience, will vote to decide who is the winning team. And here's how that works. You will be asked to cast 2 votes, one in just a few seconds from now, and a second vote after you've heard the arguments from our debaters. And the way we determine victory is it goes to the team who's changed the most minds over the course of the debate. Between the first and the second vote, the greatest difference in an upward direction will be given to, that's how we determine which team will be our winner. So now is the time to cast your first vote. If you're using our chat right now, you'll see a link pop up to vote coming from one of our producers. You just click on that link and you cast your vote for or against or undecided. And remember, we're going to have you do this again after you've heard the debate. And one more time, it's the side that changes the most minds between the first and the second vote that determines who is our winner. If you don't see the link right now, don't worry about that. You can also right now just go to, in a web browser, to iq2us.org/vote. That's a web browser. Go to the URL iq2us.org/vote, iq, the number 2us.org/vote, and you can vote right there. Just click on the word vote. So I think we're ready to get started by going to our first of 3 rounds. Round 1 is comprised of opening statements from each debater in turn. These openings will be 4 minutes each. One more time, our resolution is nationalism is a force for good. And here first to speak for the resolution, Prerna Singh. Prerna, the screen is all yours.
Thank you. So political leaders across the world today are evoking an exclusionary nationalism associated with discrimination, division, and destruction. My partner and I, however, will draw on our expertise as political scientists to remind you that nationalism can also be a powerful force for good. Towards this end, I will present a global overview and Colin will focus in on the US. So nationalism is fundamentally about the love of country. It generates a sense of shared solidarity, of a we-ness. And this shift from a me to a we identity links my own welfare to that of my national community as a whole.
All right, so we're starting off strong. Our sense of national identity as a whole is generated by a we-ness. I want to look up that book, but I probably should just let the debate go on.
And this commitment to a national common good is a powerful mobilizing force for the realization of freedom. Through history across the world, hundreds of thousands of people have been motivated by nationalism to risk their lives to liberate their homelands from foreign rule. Think of the movements against colonial rule across Asia and Africa in the first part of the 20th century, like that led by Gandhi in India, movements against Soviet communism in the 1990s in Eastern Europe. Think Solidarity in Poland, the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa led by Nelson Mandela, all driven by nationalism. But it's not just in these exceptional moments. Nationalism helps the realization of freedom every day by facilitating the functioning of liberal democracies. Nation states are the units that allow for the foundation of liberal democracies. Further, nationalism infuses what would otherwise be the technical ties of rights and duties with what has been described as the magic of my. Through history, political leaders that also see their citizens as my people have been more strongly obligated and committed to the welfare of their people. Think of the institution of the welfare state across Western Europe in the wake of the Second World War, or as I've shown in my book, the provision of health and education across India.
Someone asked if Prerna Singh is a Modi supporter. I'm actually curious about that myself. Let's look that up. Prerna Singh is Mahatma Gandhi Associate Professor of Political Science and International Studies at Brown University. Let's see what her publications are. That might give us a hint. Oh, she contributed to the Handbook of Indian Politics by Routledge. That's interesting. So she's not a nobody. I mean, it's not Cambridge, but... The institutional origins of ethnic violence. That's interesting. Okay. It's actually not clear to me if she is a Modi supporter. But stands to reason. Let's see.
On the other hand, national attachments motivate people to make sacrifices for the state, sacrifices of time and effort when they vote, of money when they pay their taxes, and the most supreme sacrifice of all, of their lives when they join the army and fight for their country. But to be sure, like all groups, nations have boundaries, those who belong and those who do not. And national boundaries are in themselves not necessarily a problem. A healthy drive for national competitiveness has driven important contributions in the arts. Russian literature, Cuban music, French cinema, Thai cuisine. I could go on. It's the
Yeah, okay. So this Kantian notion that people in competition with one another results in innovation. I mean, there's probably something to that, but I don't think Russian literature is the result of trying to compete with other nations. I don't think the Brothers Karamazov is the result of Dostoevsky trying to get one up on Chesterton. I'm sorry, I just don't think that.
the lifeblood of sports. The problem is that national boundaries have in the past and are today being defined in an exclusive way to shut out and target ethnic minorities, immigrants, and refugees.
Okay, but not recently. That's actually what they were invented for. Not in the sense of like there's two different kinds of boundaries, right? We've had limits to the powers of a sovereign for a very long time. States had borders for a very long time. States have always had a limit to their power, whether or not this extended on a map to literally the edge of their abstractly owned countryside, or whether or not this extended simply to the walls of the city that they could defend. What's new is the fact that borders are now used specifically as filters for people coming and going. So it's not. Now these things overlap, of course, because we associate the two now, but the idea of the border as being that which defines in a concrete sense they who belong and they who do not, that is really recent. Really recent. But we've gone over this ad nauseum. We'll let her talk.
This, however, is not a reason to condemn nationalism. In fact, it is precisely the reason to not give up on it, but instead to fight to reclaim it from these exclusive definitions and put forward a more inclusive national us. If you vote against the motion, you not only give up on the immense constructive potential of nationalism, you do something far more dangerous. You cede our most powerful mobilizational tool to right-wing populist constructions and manipulations. A vote yes recognizes the reality that despite globalization, nations are here to stay, nationalism is here to stay. A vote yes opens up to an urgent, necessary conversation about how we can work to construct nationalisms that are inclusive of minorities.
Okay, so to be clear, this person is a proponent of French Revolution-style nationalism. This is not a toxic actor. Not in the sense that Yoram Hazony is in any case. There's an interesting comment here. Einzelganger, I apologize if I pronounced your name wrong. I think Leo Tolstoy, a Russian writer, obviously, thought that Western novels were really restricted. Leo Tolstoy thought that Western novels were really restricted. So in a way, you can argue it was kind of competition. Kind of. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, so this person is arguing for, now again, it's a methodological nationalism. It's the assumption that the state is simply a given thing that bears rights or is simply necessary. At the very least, forms a necessary part of a description of the world. But she isn't playing this Darwinian game not really. She is sort of invoking the Kantian idea of competition yielding innovation, but this isn't like an existential struggle. So I don't want to be too mean to this person because I think she's probably a good actor, all things considered.
Through legislation as well as banal practices such as the
And of course, just a final comment in connection with the question whether or not she's a supporter of Modi, she just castigated the entire right wing, so I would say likely not.
flags we fly, the statues we erect or choose to pull down, the festivals we celebrate. A vote yes honors the historic power of nationalism as a force for freedom and allows us to harness its progressive potential today and in the future. I urge you to vote yes.
Okay, so there is an interesting point here that merits some consideration, because she is doing something very distinct from what Yoram Hazony is doing, which is a kind of valorization of ethno-nationalism. She is talking about nationalism as an abstract principle of belonging that supersedes ethnicity. So she is talking about essentially nationalism. Again, like the concept of nationalism postdates the French Revolution, but we use it retrospectively. She's using a nationalism that is more akin to the incorporation of everybody in France as citoyen, as citizens, not this notion of sort of an association of culture and blood, effectively. That's not what she's talking about. So this is a really positive, if historically fraught, position. So I actually have very few issues with this in principle. It's just that her historical analysis is really bad. Not her fault. Like I'm coming off kind of harsh this way, but again, like the issue with methodological nationalism is that it exists at the level of methodology. It's sort of an assumed component of our view of the world ideologically. So very few scholars actually pay attention to the history of how we actually got our concepts. And you can take this back really far, farther even than Radhika Mangia does in her book, which I recommend everybody read, Indian Migration and Empire. Can be found for free on LibGen. I'm sorry, Radhika, for stealing your money. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. Right, history. Got it. It's not her fault that she isn't up to speed on this, because again, because this has been sort of absorbed as a basic assumption in so many departments, history departments are horrible for this. I mean, this is something kind of weird. People treat Marxists as utopians, but in my experience, the most thoroughly empirical historians I have read have been Marxists. Which, I mean, they're historical materialists for the most part, so I mean, that's not all that surprising that they would be especially attentive to concrete factors and not to sort of, general truisms of human nature or what have you. But I don't think this is a bad actor. I think this is somebody who's a product of sort of prevailing paradigms in political science, which are largely bad. I think political science is in a bad state. But I don't think this is I think she's a decent person, judging from this alone.
Pirnat Singh, thank you very much. So we are off and running. Our next debater will be arguing against the resolution that nationalism is a force for good. Alif Shafak, you're next up on the screen making your opening statement, and the screen is yours.
Thank you. So I'm a storyteller, and as much as I love language, literature, and stories, I am equally interested in silences. There's a part of me that wants to give more voice to people who have been pushed to the margins, disempowered, treated unfairly, and hurt. And this is one of the many reasons why I oppose nationalism. Because nationalism, both as an ideology and praxis, causes far more damage and hurt than good. It claims to unite, but in truth, it divides. It pretends to be inclusive, but it excludes not only people outside the nation, but also minorities within the society. It talks about achieving order and prosperity, but it is a source of constant tension, distrust, conflict, and way too often bloodshed. The proponents of nationalism will tell you that there are different types of nationalism, and some of them are nice and harmless. They will tell you that someone else's nationalism is actually the ugly kind of nationalism, but certainly not ours. Of course, we can spend hours and hours making neat academic distinctions, assuming that if we have different labels and categories, we can differentiate the good from the bad. But the truth is, outside academic circles, in daily life, in real life, that doesn't mean much, because on the streets out there, nationalism is an untamed force.
Okay, so this is a little bit interesting. I'm actually finding myself more sympathetic to the for side in this case, not because I take that position. I can't remember his name, the other professor who was debating Hazony in the last debate, he made, again, that important distinction between a nationalism of sort of, the privilege to want to protect their privileges, and the nationalism, that's not the actual term he used, but I'm just redescribing it because I can't remember, and nationalism of the vulnerable. Now, while I think methodological nationalism is a scourge, if you are in a situation in which you are a minority group that is being oppressed in some way or deprived, and the prevailing systems of power recognize nations, then establishing a loud and powerful nationalist movement is extremely important for the benefits of the people who are included in that group. So I think in practical terms, I think this is simply just too one-sided. When we talk about nationalism being a negative, typically we have in mind dominant groups in a society trying to exclude people from goods that they already have. But if there is now a system of rights associated specifically with the identity that is used, even for those malicious purposes, as the grounds of access to those goods, then I mean, regardless of whether or not nationalism as a concept is not the best way to actually view human identities in a real, rich sense, or human associations in a real and rich sense, they nonetheless nationality nonetheless becomes an essential tool, even if it doesn't track something sort of humanly real in a deep sense. So I think she's viewing this in a sort of, she's being a little bit one-sided here in that she's privileging the toxic use of that tool given the existence of that system, if that makes sense. The problem with these debates is that each speaks against or in favor of different definitions. Well, that's a part of, again, that's a part of academia being fraught with methodological assumptions. Not just not just methodological nationalism, but all sorts of things. There are people who go into psychology under the assumption that the mind is a computer, because that's sort of a dogma in certain circles. There are people who go into philosophy with contempt for certain thinkers on the grounds that they have been described as being idealists or being materialists or something of the sort, and they don't give thinkers who are very serious their due because of assumptions that are baked into their own categories as to what ought to be taken seriously and what shouldn't be. So, I mean, I agree with you. They're not working towards settling common definitions, but then they're not on the same side. These aren't people in a collaborative project. These are people in a debate with their own political goals. So.
And at its heart lies the duality, us versus them, and the assumption that us is somehow better than them. The definition of them will change constantly depending on the circumstances, but the distance between us and them will always be there, ready to deepen and worsen at the first sight of a crisis. And those of us who come from the Balkans, from Anatolia, from the Middle East, from the Levant and beyond, we do know that it takes one political crisis, it takes one major economic crisis for a nice nationalism to turn ugly. And history has given us plenty of examples to prove this point. But let's not go that far in time, because it is happening right now as we're speaking.
I hate when people do this. If you look at history, you will see. No, you won't. Almost universally, that is a very poor way to frame an argument.
Country after country, from Viktor Orban's Hungary to Bolsonaro's Brazil, from Modi's India to Trump's America, or Erdogan's Turkey. I come from a country where the civil society has been crushed by populist, religious, authoritarian nationalism. Turkish nationalism teaches young children that we are a nation surrounded by water on 3 sides and enemies on 4 sides. And the only friend of a Turk is another Turk. That paranoia, that xenophobia is not accidental but intrinsic to nationalism. But allow me to make one thing clear. We are not disputing the beauty and the importance of one's love and compassion for his culture, language, literature, the land of his ancestors. These are beautiful, truly human emotions, and we must celebrate them and honor them. But you don't need nationalism for that. We do not have to become nationalists in order to love and embrace and honor our roots. Finally, in a pandemic world, nationalism is not only misleading and dangerous, but it's also completely impractical and unrealistic. We have massive challenges ahead, and these are global challenges, starting with climate catastrophe. Our planet is burning, whether it's cyber terrorism, the dark side of digital technologies.
Okay, I was about to comment on something relating to that, but then I think I noticed Zen and the Art of Motorcycle. Hey, quiet you. Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance right there. I think that's the only one of these books that I can identify. Oh, what else? Damn it. Anyways, there was an article I read recently that was good. And it was talking about the sort of privileged discourse around things like climate change. And I think there is something to that. When we talk about, and this was lambasted because it treated, you know, in the face of like a world-threatening, impending catastrophe, people are like, oh, but is this discourse, you know, woke enough? I don't think that was the point. I think the point was that it's prioritizing the suffering ultimately of people within a certain privileged sphere. Now, this person obviously doesn't fit that description, but she's buying into the same discourse and within a certain privileged sphere at the expense of the people who are going to be suffering immediately from it. So we think, for example, of it's going to create a huge refugee crisis. And the concern there is not with the refugees, it's with the countries that have to take them in. Similarly, like if we're talking about, now in her case, she herself is somebody who has been oppressed by a nationalist movement. So of course her perception of nationalism in that sense is entirely negative because her exposure to nationalism is purely of the sort that wants to withhold privileges from certain members of, well, certain denizens rather, of a community or a location. Because they're obviously not, they're not in a community with these people, they're trying to purge them. You're not in community, you're not communing, if you will, with people who you're trying to excise. But, at the same time, she is ignoring the fact that for a lot of groups, nationalism is the most effective way to assert their rights in a global system that specifically recognizes nations. And I think in this respect, I think she's still being very one-sided. I think she is, again, ignoring the positive use of, admittedly, in my opinion, a negative thing. But let's keep going.
Or another pandemic. Our problems, our lives, our destinies are interconnected. So it is much wiser and much healthier for us to collaborate beyond borders, to think beyond tribes, and always bear in mind our common humanity. We believe we can neither solve global challenges nor heal existing wounds with the toxicity of nationalism.
Thank you very much, Elise Shafak. Our next speaker will be arguing again from the other side, the side arguing for the resolution, Nationalism is a Force for Good. Here is Colin Duick. Colin, the floor is yours.
Thanks, John. Well, let me begin by noting that you might say the chattering classes on both sides of the Atlantic believe.
This is like what would happen if Edward Fazer and Jordan Peterson had a child.
That nationalism is not a force for good. That's very clear. They believe that nationalism is warlike, destructive, authoritarian. Prerna and I are speaking on the other side of that. What we believe, and what she's already outlined, is the fact that nationalism can be a force for good. And I'm going to make 3 brief points. My specialty is in particular the United States and its foreign policy. The first point is that nationalism in itself is really the best device that human beings have yet found to preserve the possibility for experiments with constitutional self-government. We have found no better way. There is no system of global governance that actually functions any better than a democratic nation state in allowing for freedom and opportunity at the national level. So there's an honorable tradition of national thought in Europe and in other countries that celebrates that fact. It is a positive force, and it can be a positive force. The second point is the United States in particular, like every country, has its own version of nationalism. In the American case, that version was laid out by the American founders in their Declaration of Independence, which said that all men are created equal. And they could have added all women. And what that means is that the American tradition of nationalism, properly understood, is a civic religion or creed, as many have noted, that has respect for minorities built into it.
Okay, but now we're opening up a whole can of worms. Okay, what do you mean by a religion, let alone a civic religion? And what the hell is a creed? So it's a creed. What's a creed?
Implicitly from the very beginning. And it's a tradition, a nationalist tradition in the United States that celebrates rule of law, constitutionalism, individual liberty, and limited government. That is American nationalism. Do we really want to reject that? I would suggest not. I think that that's a healthy, benign tradition. And most of the debates we see inside the United States across party lines are debates over how exactly to express it.
All right, so this is equivocating between nationalism and ideology. So he's identifying sort of an ideological sphere as nationalism. This is sort of bordering on like the national character type arguments, or almost you could almost go into like a Spengler-esque mode and talk about like civilizational differences at this stage. Spengler, by the way, buys into the same methodological nationalism, but carries it forward in some really bizarre ways. But yeah, this is a strange argument. He can't distinguish between components of an ideological framework and nationalism, and that's a problem because, again, one is referring to positions held by people, and the other one is referring to an orientation around an object. Small government, all of these positions can be held by people who aren't Americans, who aren't even on the American continent, and have no relations who are on the American continent. Nationalist creed, does he mean the national anthem? No, again, like he's doing exactly what Benedict Anderson does, but at a lower level. So Benedict Anderson assumes the nation and then tries to account for how it exists. And he says, well, actually, it's an imaginary. It's a thing that only ultimately exists in our minds as a consequence of our perception of this greater network that comes to us via things like literature, the news, other forms of media, things like that. This is actually not distinct from what Thomas Hobbes says when he's talking about how we get a perception of there being a great power at the center of a sovereign state, namely a leviathan. That's how he poetically characterizes it. And the idea is that we only perceive, of course, in our dealings with state functionaries, people who sit at their desks, like, old fat people who probably are not that physically intimidating. They're unhealthy. They're operating desks. They're clerks and things like that. But collectively, they exert an immense amount of power over our lives, and we perceive that mass as a single agency. And so all of these tiny little unintimidating individuals now become a great dragon-like being. But crucially, it is so because of its effect. Hang on, is that what I want to say? It is so because of its effect. No, of course it is so because of its effect. It is effective. That is to say, that perception has a concrete, has a concretizing and stabilizing force in the way in which state power works, whereas nationalism doesn't seem to do that, because it isn't something, it isn't the perception of an actual power sort of redescribed by fading sense. It's a postulated unity with something with which you are not actually united. What is this? Oh, there's an argument on Spengler going on. I'm not getting involved in that. Let's keep going.
My last point is this: when it comes to American foreign policy, there is also a tradition that none other than George Washington outlined, suggesting that the United States has the right to preserve its own national sovereignty. He suggested that the United States is a sovereign country. It had declared its independence, not its dependence. And although Americans over the course of the 20th century made a variety of commitments necessarily to combat authoritarian states, like Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, we have found that preserving American national sovereignty on balance is a healthy thing. And so the American nationalist tradition is in fact the oldest democratic American foreign policy tradition. It's meant to preserve Americans' right to self-government. It's meant to preserve the sovereignty of a particular state. And we should celebrate the ability of other states to do the same thing if they are democratic. My opponent just suggested that there's no such thing as a different type of nationalism. I would respectfully differ. I would say she's speaking, I believe, from London. But the British form of a nationalism is radically different than the Chinese or the Russian form, which are authoritarian. I doubt she would be allowed to make this argument today if she was sitting in Beijing or Moscow. It is the British form of nationalism which celebrates freedom of speech, constitutionalism, and individual liberties that allows her to join us to critique nationalism. I do find that ironic. So my own conclusion would be that traditional Western forms of nationalism, and also some non-Western forms, as long as they're democratic, can be healthy, productive, celebratory, and worthwhile. And I would conclude by saying that I hope you vote yes, with my partner and I, that nationalism can be a force for good. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin Dueck. And we have one more speaker in this opening round to be speaking against the resolution that nationalism is a force for good. Here is Andrew Keene. Andrew, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, John. So let's remember what the motion is. Nationalism is a force for good. So far, our opponents have suggested it could be, it might be, it was, but they're not arguing that it is. We're talking about nationalism on June the 22nd, 2020, today, in a world of Erdogan, of Putin, of Trump, of Bolsonaro, of Duterte, of this new wave of authoritarian nationalism. It's also important to remember that we're not arguing about the existence of the nation state. I acknowledge, and I think my partner would acknowledge, that nation states are fine. The problem is that nationalism as an ideological, extreme ideological manifestation of the nation state is deeply problematic. It wasn't always problematic.
Okay, he's probably going to make this worse. I just cut him off, but it is, though. You're idealizing it I mean, you just take it for granted so you don't think about it, but you're idealizing it as something that's sort of crowned with necessity. This is a thing that just has to be, or just inevitably is, and it's not. We came up with this really recently, and it didn't actually track the actual evolution of power structures. It was the nation state is parasitic on institutions that were developed almost purely out of prejudice, and that's it. It's no.
Back in, let's take 1720, 300 years ago, nationalism was a way of thinking that challenged the authoritarianism of centralized states in England and France. In 1820, it was a way for Germany and Italy and other Central European countries to reawake. In 1920, nationalism was a way for colonized countries to react, to determine their identities against the colonial powers. But today in
Okay, so there's an interesting comment here that's probably a bit illuminating. Einzelgänger says, I also think they are confusing nationalism with fascism. I think you put your finger on something, but I don't think you're quite right. I think they're confusing fascism. I think they're construing fascism as an extreme form of nationalism, that is, as a certain intensity of nationalism. But I think that's kind of wrong. I think what fascism is in some respects similar to certain forms, and I'm very careful with how I phrase this, in some respects similar to certain forms of socialism, which try to, again, assert the human interest over sort of these automaton byproducts of human economy and industry, where we have these things that seem to be beyond our rational control, undercutting our ability to sort of rationally chart our way forward as, you know, human beings. We become sort of cogs in a great economic machine that isn't actually being rationally governed, but is instead sort of being fed upon by people who are in an opportune place to benefit from it while it lasts. I think what fascists do is, rather than challenging at the level of the system, they take naively the categories of that system for granted, i.e. things like the state, the nation state, and then make that the focus of an effort to assert human will against these inhuman processes. So that at a certain minimal level, it seems like there's a noble cause involved, but at the end of the day, what it ends up being is the valorization of an equally artificial part of that system at great human cost. And it ends up being as vain as it is brutal. That's the issue with fascism. Now, fascism is not an extreme of nationalism, but a particular again, I'm being very specific to nationalism in its historical origins, but which, I mean, again, like even in Mussolini's lifetime, changed radically. But I don't think it's correct to say, let's put it this way, I don't think it's correct to say that fascism is simply an extreme of nationalism. I think it is an extreme in a very particular way. It is an extreme as a consequence of taking certain specific stances. Not extreme in the sense that they are just nationalists who just feel their nationalism ever so strongly. I think it is something categorically unique.
2020, we have a massive problem with nationalism. The problem is that the way we live our lives, the simultaneously globalized and fragmented nature of early 21st century life doesn't conform to the traditional notions of nationalism. Increasingly, people living in the same political state have less and less in common. People in Berlin and Budapest and Berkeley, California have more in common. as city-states, as globalized networks than places outside those urban centers. And the problem with this fantasy of nationalism is it lends itself to nationalist leaders who lie. Now, our opponents suggest that there's a difference between British nationalism and Chinese nationalism. Perhaps in a sense there is, but in another sense there isn't. Boris Johnson is as much a liar on Brexit as Putin or Orban or Bolsonaro or Trump. They're all lying because there's no existence. There's no real existence of nationalism. It's a fantasy. It's an imaginary community that doesn't, in fact, unite us. My partner suggests it divides us. It's divided us historically, particularly in her part of the world. But today, in 2020, it's deeply divisive. The biggest problem, and this is where my opponents are profoundly wrong, is they suggest that it enriches democracy. But in 2020, they couldn't be more wrong. The most troubling manifestation of the world on June 22nd, 2020, is the rise of deeply authoritarian nationalists all over the world. Orban in Hungary is closing down representative democracy. His model is Putin. Trump is trying to do the same thing in the United States in terms of the election in November. Even Boris Johnson has flirted with this kind of authoritarianism. So I urge you to vote on our side and argue that nationalism today in 2020 is not a force for good.
Thank you very much, Andrew Keene. And that concludes our opening round, opening statements, and now we move on to our second round. And in our second round, it's more of a conversation. It'll...
Okay. I didn't like that presentation at all. There were two things. First, he naively accepts the ontology of the nation as being the nationalism, as being an imagined community. An imagined community, that explains, perhaps in a certain respect, how a person can get a sense of there being a nation, but it doesn't tell you about nationalism as a movement or its ontology. It tells you about... no, my squid turned on. It tells you about the... It's a phenomenological claim. It's not really to do with the actual structure of a nationalist movement or of a nationalism as a thing in itself. Yeah, I really don't like Benedict Anderson's book, because he doesn't know how to think. He doesn't start from, okay, why are we thinking in these terms in the first place? He never problematizes our actual frames of reference. He just tries to provide a novel explanation for them that abides by all existing prejudices in political science and sociology. And there was another thing. I can't remember what he said. Let's go back here a little bit.
But in 2020, they couldn't be more wrong. The most troubling manifestation of the world on June 22nd, 2020, is the rise of deeply authoritarian nationalists.
Yes, okay, so that's the other thing, and this is more pragmatic. States are authoritarian. Insofar as we still think that the state, as Weber described, is a thing, and that's debatable, which does not mean that states are declining. It just means that the description has changed. Insofar as states can be defined, let's say, as having a monopoly on legitimate physical violence, they're authoritarian. It's just that we happen to find ourselves having little difficulty following its rules or obeying its authority. But I mean, that could be the case in any society. when we think of authoritarianism, that seems to be bad because we imagine ourselves in contradiction with the authority. But you could get by as a certain category of person in Nazi Germany just fine. And people did. This is a losing argument for two reasons. First of all, because nationalists don't tend to be opposed to authoritarianism. Now, of course, he's not necessarily addressing nationalists, but that's... So, I mean, fair enough. But on the other hand, he has no way to distinguish himself from them. If it is determined that nationalism is bad, the next logical step is to deploy whatever authority you can to dismantle it or to impede it. So it's a deeply hypocritical and fruitless argument, I think.
All over the world, Orban in Hungary is closing down representative democracy. His model is Putin.
Over the next half hour plus, and it's going to be driven in part by questions from me and by questions from you, members of our audience who submitted questions ahead of time. And also the debaters can challenge one another directly. But what I think we've heard is varying conceptions of what nationalism stands for. On one side, the notion that by its power to turn me into we, it can be a unifying force for getting good done in the world on behalf of the citizens of a nation state. Particularly, it's been argued, it's been very, very good, created a very good laboratory for democracy. On the other side, we're hearing that nationalism maybe from time to time has done some good, but that on the whole and almost inevitably, it turns into us against them. And that's a destructive force that has been repeated over and over again in history. So I want to take the question to you, Prerna, a question actually that we've received from an audience member who is a prior debater with us, Jennifer Rubin, who is an opinion writer for the Washington Post. And she asks, isn't nationalism by definition rooted in blood and soil? And if so, does it inextricably lead to xenophobia, racism, and protectionism? I would put on top of that question the argument that I think we heard from Elif, that nationalism is inherently going to turn dark, that's a sort of inevitable course that it takes. I think Jennifer Rubin's question is pointing out some of the ways in which it turns dark, but that it's inevitably going to be a negative force. What's your response to that?
Thank you, John. So what I would begin by saying is that nationalism is about attachment to a political territory, and I was heartened to see that my opponents kind of conceded the fact that we live in a world of nation states. So if you acknowledge that we live in a world of nation states, you also recognize nationalism as the legitimizing ideology of political rule. And so I acknowledge that there are versions of nationalism in which the blood and soil aspect of it rise to the fore. But I would also submit that we have, and we cannot ignore this aspect of nationalism, seen how it has driven profoundly inclusive movements in which it is less about blood and soil, but about a constructed idea of belonging. And so I'll just briefly talk about just give you historical examples again in terms of the most profoundly powerful nationalisms that led to the liberation of countries like India, where I'm from, the nationalism of Gandhi, but also today. So there are nationalisms that are not necessarily rooted in blood and soil, that are alive and flourishing today, and that have played a very important role in tackling the crises of today. So again, Andrew mentioned this point about the fact that we are today in 2020, and Elif mentioned the fact that we're in the midst of a pandemic. Now you see how an inclusive nationalism is allowing people to mobilize even today. So there is a kind of top nationalism, which is this populist, radical, exclusionary nationalism voiced by leaders. But every day on the streets, there is less of that and much more of a civic conception of the nation that is motivating Italians to come out, sing national anthems and patriotic songs, and bang their pots in honor of their national health workers. You see in France, Macron talk again and again about
Okay, so the benefits of nationalism is that it manifests in aesthetic public demonstrations. Like, what? This is so meaningless. Like, I mean, I like the whole supporting the doctors and the nurses thing, but this seems so weak.
The analogy, as other political leaders have done, that this is an invisible enemy, we're at war, but this is a rallying of the nation. The New York Times, a liberal left newspaper, has an op-ed that says it is patriotic to social distance. In each of these cases, while this points out, I think that there are distinct versions of nationalism and that it's not limited to academia. It's happening every day, and this everyday inclusive nationalism is mobilizing people to fight the pandemic and other current events at this moment. So nationalism is, at this moment, a force for good.
Oh, that's such a silly argument. That's so bad. So the best she can drum up, like how about like advocacy for the Uyghur Muslims, say, or the Kurds, or the Irish, hell, like, or migrant workers in certain parts of Asia that are ethnically prejudiced against, who end up being in extreme poverty and subject to extreme abuse. Like the stories you will read about people who go from Indonesia to Hong Kong to work as house cleaners are horrific. But the best she can muster is people bang on pots and pans in support of the doctors. This is embarrassing. And again, like, or with the New York Times saying that it's your patriotic duty to social distance or something like that. That's not an argument in favor of nationalism. That's saying that there is that implies that the New York Times, or the editors of the New York Times, determine that there is appeal in specific language that invokes patriotism or something, maybe. That is not an argument in favor of nationalism.
Let me take your point to Alif. There was a lot in there, Alif, but what is your response overall to especially where we heard Prerna giving examples of outcomes that I think most of us would consider positive, which she attributes to nationalism? What's your response to, especially since, Alif, you made the strongest case of anybody among the debaters today, that there's an inherent evil built into nationalism. So what's your response to those examples of good?
So I do make a distinction between one's love and appreciation and compassion for one's country, culture, language, literature. As I mentioned, these are beautiful things. So that kind of patriotism is very different than the nationalism that we are talking about today. Nationalism.
So can I stop you if that would be very helpful for us to draw the distinction between patriotism and nationalism. And your opponents may or may not agree with it, but I'd like to hear how you make that distinction.
Patriotism is much older. Nationalism is much younger. Patriotism, when you look at even how the word has been used, going all the way back to the Elizabethan era, coming from, late Latin, but also Greek origin, basically it means a connection, a sense of belonging with your fellow countrymen and countrywomen. Whereas the word nationalism, even the concept itself, the way it was coined, and when you look at people like Johan Herder, the people who have coined the term, first of all, it is much younger, about a century later, and their main preoccupation was not only defining who belongs in a nation, but also who should not belong in the nation. That distinction was there, present from the very beginning. So Herder himself, for instance, is also very well known for his anti-Semitic views. He was very much busy trying to prove that Jews could not belong in Europe because they were Asiatic people, and he would call them parasites. And these are not accidental things. We can find many other examples throughout history. When you look at the the thinkers, the main thinkers of nationalism, they are busy trying to also highlight who should never ever belong in the national project. What I'm trying to say is every nationalism comes up with their own official history, official way of telling the story. What makes the difference is whether that country is a democracy, a pluralistic democracy. In a pluralistic democracy, we can go to a bookstore and find books that question the official historiography, and the authors of those books are not prosecuted. So it's not the nationalism that makes the difference, but it is precisely whether there's pluralistic liberal democracy in that country and freedom of speech. That makes a difference. And then we can say, wait a minute, nationalism did not tell the story of this minority, that minority. What about all the other stories that we have forgotten? So the nationalist project is not only about remembering, but it's also about erasing. It's also about amnesia.
So, Colin, did Alif accurately describe, from your point of view, how nationalism has functioned in the United States? You've already made the case that you feel that nationalism has functioned in a largely positive way most of the time. But she has outlined a situation in which nationalism, by necessity, excludes and does not attribute to the degree the United States is a successful democracy, that's success to nationalism. So what's your response to all of that?
Sure, thanks, John. Well, I mean, there's generations of American historians who've argued that a sense of American nationalism is central, in a benign way, central to American
could you define?
policy.
Could you define? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you take a moment to define what they mean by that nationalism?
Sure.
What that is?
It means a combination of things. It means a close attachment to U.S. national sovereignty, a desire to protect the sovereignty, integrity, independence of the United States internationally, to stand for its rights, its values, its way of life internationally. It includes, by the way, the hope that popular forms of self-government will spread. Washington was clear about that as well. There's nothing inherently warlike about it, but there are times where it does have to be vindicated by the use of force, as, for example, it was during World War II. I would give World War II as an excellent example, as my partner, I think, suggested as well, of nationalism at work in a benign way. I don't.
Yeah, so again, one of the problems with the association of Nazism with nationalism as if Nazism was a specific pure expression of nationalism in the extreme, is that the danger of nationalism isn't that it conduces to war. That's separate. We had wars on a mass scale in advance of the concept of the modern nation state. And there are other elements to that as well. There's technology. The wars of the previous century weren't as brutal as they were simply because of nationalism. It had to do with the kinds of weapons that were used and the kinds of dynamics that resulted from those. And it doesn't, in and of itself, account for things like eugenics either. These are separate. They intersect, but they're separate. And I think the problem with this perspective is that the issue with nationalism isn't that it's a dangerous attitude. The issue with nationalism is that embedded within it is an assumption about that the nation as a political entity akin to the state is simply a given in human history. And this restricts, this both restricts the range of possibilities that we can imagine for how we can improve the human condition, and it also railroads us into some very bad places, not strictly in terms of obvious cases of violence like war. It may also simply railroad us into situations where we are permissive of extreme forms of deprivation or inequality on the grounds that we have some kind of normative duty to prioritize the imaginary nation over other people. Yeah.
I don't see how Hitler and Nazi Germany would have been stopped without nationalism, not just patriotism, but French nationalism, American nationalism, British nationalism, and even Russian nationalism expressed through the bizarre form of the Soviet regime. I mean, I don't see how you would have had anything other than a Nazi conquest of Europe without robust, popular nationalism to stop it.
Can I jump in for a second,
Yes, please
John?
do.
Just for,
Please do.
So I just wanted to kind of just point out two distinctions that Elif made that I think go against. So she began in her opening remark by saying that these distinctions are only made by academics, maybe such as my partner and I. But in the course of her response to you, she made two distinctions, one between patriotism and nationalism, and the second about as these two, patriotism and nationalism, work in democratic and authoritarian contexts. Now, those are important distinctions, are precisely the distinctions that our side is making. To me, this is a semantic game. Patriotism and nationalism are the same thing. It is an inclusive, civic-minded nationalism that gets called patriotism. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say that we don't want to make any distinctions and that we're the ones telling you that there's a distinction between a more positive and a less positive nationalism. And then you can't then come out and say, well, this is patriotism and this is nationalism and this is democratic and then it's authoritarian. I don't think it works that way.
Okay, I actually like this because she's calling her out on the fact that, again, she's still assuming a nationalist stance. She is just isolating particular movements that are outgrowths of that framework and treating some as bad, some as good based on her own preferences. So I still think that's it. I still think her position is really fraught, and I don't think her defense of nationalism as such is good. But she's got her finger on something.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and actually I have heard what you are saying many times in Turkey from very different groups in Turkey, because as an author I've always been interested in the stories that official Turkish history has excluded, denied, suppressed and silenced. So one of those very important stories is the Armenian genocide. In 2006, I wrote a novel called The Bastard of Istanbul, which tells the story of a Turkish family and an Armenian-American family. And it deals
a great
with,
novel, I love it.
I appreciate so much. It deals with memory and amnesia. When the book was published, I was put on trial for insulting Turkishness. And the accusation against me was that I was a traitor, that I did not love my nation. I believe it is possible to love, to be patriot, to love and care for your country, for the oral culture, for the literature, the amor de la patria. You know, that is something I feel with me. I live in exile, I can't go back to Istanbul, but Istanbul comes with me everywhere. So amor de la patria is something very different. But am I a nationalist? No, I am not. Am I critical of nationalism? Yes, I am. So it is quite possible to be patriotic without being a nationalist. And actually, many times nationalists are telling us, if you criticize the government, then that means you don't love your country. That means you're a traitor. We really need to make those distinctions very, very well. And I think it also ties back to what I said earlier, because the nationalist project is constantly trying to erase the stories and the truths of minorities.
Let me bring in Andrew, and I want to point out that you and Andrew are partners, so this is not a parry to what you just said, but I'm expecting it's in support. But go ahead, Andrew.
I'm honored to be Elif's partner. I think Elif's point's a really important one. She underlines the fact that nationalism itself, while peddling on the metaphysics of history, suggesting that that communities have existed forever, which is another lie, is historically rooted. There was no such thing. The word didn't exist until Herder and other 18th century thinkers invented it. There's always been patriotism. There's always been love of one's community. You can find it in antiquity, you can find it in every culture, you can find it in the Middle Ages. So we're not arguing that this debate is not about loving one's community. This is a debate about...
That's actually not true. And again, like if you look into the origins of political culture in Greece, you will find that a major problem was that the tribes had no love for their community because there wasn't even a concept of a community. There was a federation of tribes that ran the city, and there were a bunch of denizens underneath them, and they lived in fear of each other. So, I mean, that's simply incorrect. I really want to like this guy's argument because his voice is great, but it's not doing it for me. I hate these, like, broad historical glosses. If you're going to say, when you look at history, don't say when you look at history. Cite the specific examples. They will be finite. There will be a few of them, and they will be more or less concrete, and you should be able to identify them specifically. And if you can't, don't reference them.
About how to operate a nation state around an ideology, whether or not we think that the ideology of nationalism, which many authoritarian leaders have fallen on in the early part of the 20th century, is a good or a bad thing.
Andrew,
we're not arguing about patriotism. That's another issue.
But let me pick up on the point you just made. Is there such a thing? Can there be a nation state without nationalism? And what does that look like?
There can, of course, be many nation states. Canada is a good example. Canada is a country which has come to terms with the idea that many different types of people live in the country, and that the notion of Canadianness, while might excite some sports fans and late-night comics, is essentially irrelevant. And I think, and America is an exceptional case, but I think there are also, there is a tradition in America which is similar to Canada, which I certainly prefer over Trump's ethnic nationalism, defining what it means to be an American, particularly, I think, around race, around whiteness.
So I grew up in Canada. I spent the first 20-some years of my life there. And I'm glad that Andrew mentioned it. So I eventually became a U.S. citizen. But as I'm sure Andrew knows, English Canadians and French Canadians both have a robust national pride or sense of nationalism. There is a French Canadian nationalism. There's also an intense English Canadian nationalism or patriotism, and it's often been referred to as a form of nationalism, not just patriotism. It actually distinguishes Canada from the United States, and that is a central theme in English Canadian nationalism. And it's a great example of how what our opponents seem to be doing is saying that when there's a particular version of nationalism they like, they're just going to call it patriotism. When there's a version they don't like, so that Canada, for example, is fine. We're fine with Canada. It's harmless. It's tame. It's liberal. But then there's a version that they don't like, even if it's democratically elected, like President Trump or Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
Okay, so he's being slippery. So he's characterizing Canadian nationalisms as being inherently benign. These are just cultural things. French nationalism almost led to the dissolution of the Canadian state as incorporating Quebec. That is not harmless. That is not harmless to Canada. It may be harmless to individuals within Canada. It probably wouldn't actually be. Quebec does not have a great track record when it comes to treating minorities with respect. But, yeah, so I don't know where he's getting off saying that nationalism in Canada is just inherently harmless. For that matter, by the way, look up some of the look up some quotes by some of our major historical figures. John A. Macdonald in particular. Look up his quotes with respect to non-white people. It's a little bit, might surprise you.
Johnson, that's authoritarian, it's ideological, it's extreme, and it's dark. I have yet to hear a convincing argument as to how they're able to make those distinctions other than just a subjective preference for one elected leader over another.
Aren't you and Pirna doing the same? Aren't you and Pirna doing the same thing? Aren't you as well saying there's good nationalism and bad nationalism, and wherefore the good nationalism?
But they're doing something worse than that. They're doing something slipperier than that, in the sense that they're defining everything as nationalism. whatever one calls the political arrangement in Canada, I'm not sure that's nationalism. In Canada, there's an acceptance that, as Colin suggested, there's a French and there's an English-speaking communities. They can coexist within the same political territory. They can share power. But the notion of identity, the notion that English and French and other nationalities in Canada share something essential in eternal terms doesn't exist. And that's what nationalism is. That's what Modi and Bolsonaro and Putin and Trump all peddle.
So, historically, nationalism has been seen as Janus-faced. It has these two faces. And to me, what our opponents are doing is to just take the good face and call it patriotism. But the motion, again, I want to remind the House, is nationalism is a force for good. And today, if you ignore the fact that that face of nationalism that allows it to be a constructive force is at play in allowing us to respond to the pandemic, but also, I think Elif mentioned a critical point about the role of dissent. So there's nothing intrinsically.
This is a horrible argument. Nationalist movements have been one of the biggest detriments towards the ability of governments to effectively address the pandemic. In the United States, you had American nationalism heavily tied with the anti-mask movement, heavily tied with, yeah, no, that's bad. Same with India. I mean, what was... Let's see here. There was an article I read a little while ago. I'm trying to find it. Nationalism. COVID. Right. Right. The latest wave, referring to COVID, of course, the latest wave overwhelmed the country's medical resources, resulting in a significant increase in infection and death rates. This will undoubtedly have a negative impact. This is from Global Times. This will undoubtedly have a negative impact on India's economic and social development. Besides, the opposition party can use the condition to attack Modi's response to COVID-19. Naturally, the Modi administration is facing enormous pressure internally. However, relying on nationalism to mobilize Indian society may cause more troubles. In fact, India's new outbreak is related to the country's rising nationalism. To compete for international influence, India previously provided COVID-19 vaccines to neighboring countries, even if it was not really able to do so. Now India has to face the reality of vaccine shortages. Many senior Indian officials also exaggerated India's capabilities for the sake of national image. This included the capacity of vaccine production and industrial manufacturing. Yeah. Yeah, no, nationalism has not been good for the pandemic. It's been one of the worst factors, and well, let's say it's been adjacent to aggravating factors. Like a major component of American nationalism in particular, well, English nationalism generally, is fear of external influences. And a part of that has been a deep distrust of any government authority that imposes any sort of restriction whatsoever in concert with any sort of international effort. And so you had mask mandates cast as, globalist attempts to sort of effeminize us with respect to our willingness to assert our independent rights as autonomous agents, things like that. No, you must wear that. You must wear the mask. So yeah, that's wrong.
In nationalism that makes dissent inaccessible. In fact, many nationalisms are founded on dissent, such as Indian nationalism and all anti-colonial nationalisms that began by saying we're against British colonial rule. And if you look in India, again responding to Andrew's point about, is today 2020, just before the pandemic broke, India was in the throes of protests against citizenship amendment bills and other institutional arrangements that would exclude Muslims. How did the Muslims come out and protest on the streets? They clothed themselves in the Indian tricolor, the same flag that Gandhi helped design and spun. They sang the national anthem and they chanted national slogans and carried the photographs of national leaders. Every day on the streets, nationalism is a mobilizing force, and today it is, and being able to protest is a critical component.
Okay,
That's terrible. I'm sorry. Like, look, nationalism is good because nationalists are nationalists. This is preposterous. Was Marx a nationalist? No, he was very much not a nationalist.
I want to take back the comment that I made in regard. Let me just say this as moderator in regard to what I said your team is doing. I was incorrect. Your team is saying there's good nationalism and bad nationalism, but that you think nationalism can be, has been, continues to be in certain situations a force for good. Your opponents are saying that that's just not true, and they are excluding some of the positive things that you're talking about as demonstrations of patriotism or other isms, but not nationalism. And I think that that's a fair thing to do within a debate. But I want to go to Alif now because you've been very patient, Alif.
Nationalism is so dangerous and misleading that even our opponents are recognizing that there are so many cases in which it has proven to be incredibly destructive. But this is how things get darker and darker. When we talk about, for instance, making Hindu nationalism the cement, the glue that holds the nation together, that is incredibly dangerous. In a beautiful country like India, in which diversity is the source of richness and strength, or when we talk about making nationalism the cement or the social glue that holds people together in Turkey, for instance, which nationalism am I going to make the glue? Turkish nationalism? And how do you think the Kurds are going to feel about that? We do not even recognize the rights of Kurdish people to speak their mother tongue and to have education in their own mother tongue. I never forget, as a young writer, years ago, when I went to Hay Festival for the first time, Wales, just stopping by the road signs, because I had never seen a road sign in two languages. In Turkey, it's unthinkable to have road signs in Turkish and Kurdish. So all I'm trying to say is the moment you try to make nationalism the umbrella to hold identities together, you start to divide and exclude people.
Colin, we have a question from a previous debater, Lee Drutman, who's a senior fellow at New America, which I think might help focus where we're going with this. He asks, which country in the world today is doing nationalism best, and what does that look like?
Yeah, that is a great question. I actually don't think Boris Johnson's a liar. I don't live there, but I would say that in Britain, whether or not you support the decision to leave the EU, that was a decision that was, first of all, it was the vote of a majority of British citizens. It's been there's been a massive debate about it for years. It's being implemented by a democratically elected leader. I don't see how it's possible to claim that he's authoritarian, other than if you're just using the word to mean somebody you don't happen to like. The principal distinction between what I would consider a negative form of nationalism and the positive form is that the negative form is authoritarian and that the positive form is democratic. That is a principal difference that has nothing to do with whether you like the particular leader that was elected last year or the year before. It's not a question as to whether you think Boris Johnson is a nice guy or not, or whether you think Donald Trump is a nice guy or not. These are both leaders, for all their differences, that were elected in democratic processes in a free country. So whether or not you like Donald Trump or Boris Johnson, these are not the equivalent of a Russian or Chinese dictator.
forgive me for interrupting. I just wanted to because you mentioned Boris Johnson, and Andrew, I believe, brought him up in the context of his argument that nationalism allows leaders to lie, that lying becomes enabled in a nationalist system. What's your response to that? And then, Andrew, I would like you to follow up to whatever Colin has to say.
I don't see why lies would be any more central to nationalism than any other ideology. I mean, nationalism at the heart of it, as we've been talking about, is really love of country or patriotism, which is not a lie. We've heard it described as a fantasy. I don't believe it's a fantasy. I believe love of country is real. And even for the people who support leaders who are described as nationalists in democracies, whatever you think of those leaders, for me.
Okay, so again, like, the opposition did have a point, that they're describing nationalism as everything, including as patriotism. You can be patriotic towards a community that isn't construable as a nation. You can be patriotic to a republic that is reflectively a sort of covenantal community in which blood and ethnicity play no role, or play a minimal role. You can be patriotic towards a nation state, but whether or not you must have a nation state to be patriotic is something else. And to construe nationalism as patriotism seems to make that equivocation. It seems to posit the nation is necessarily the object of patriotism, which is not true. Not necessarily true, I should say.
Many of their popular supporters, that love of country is real. It is not a lie.
Andrew?
I agree with Colin. It's not a lie. I believe that Boris Johnson does indeed love, I don't know whether it's Britain or England. But let's just remind ourselves again of what we're arguing about. Nationalism is a force for good. So we have a situation in the UK where Boris Johnson, for better or worse, is an English nationalist. He's opposed to the very idea of the EU because it somehow offends his Englishness. He believes in the essential nature of Englishness. And therefore, I think he peddled a series of lies to get the UK out of the EU. I think we just need to come back to the reality of our world in 2020. We live, for better or worse, in a globalized world. Whether we like it or not, the UK, I think, is much better off within the EU. I was shocked that Perna mentioned the coronavirus on her, in terms of making her argument. The coronavirus is a classic manifestation of why nationalism is not a force for good. Trump talks about the Kung flu epidemic to nationalize coronavirus. But in our globalized networked age, nationalism is not a solution. And because it's not a solution, and because it doesn't reflect the reality of our socio-economic glued global world, it lends itself to people like Johnson lying and falling back on historical mythology and absurd nostalgia.
We have a question from Amber from Nashville, Tennessee, and she asks, big tech corporations like Facebook and Google and Twitter connect people around the world, and there's a lot of debate about who should regulate them and whether they're being effectively governed right now. What does this mean for nation state and national governments? Are they outdated? I want to take that question and pivot it back to you, Prerna, on the point that Andrew just made. You made the argument that nationalism is an empowering and organizing force in the ability of particular states to respond now to coronavirus. I'm bringing it up and relating it to Amber's question because there is this virus travels across borders. I think it's a very, very good laboratory experiment for whether something that exists across borders is best responded to through a sort of global cooperative response, perhaps under the aegis of an international organization like the World Health Organization, or whether it's better dealt with by nations with their ability to organize. So let's talk a little bit about the coronavirus example that you brought up and go further with that.
So, and I want to bring up coronavirus because, as you rightly pointed out, this is a pandemic. Infectious disease knows no borders. And yet, I think coronavirus brings out the centrality of nation states and of nationalism. Responses, for better or worse, have been of individual states. It's led to the shutting down of national borders, again, indicating to us the importance of national sovereignty. But returning to the question you asked, Colin, about what is a successful nationalism, I want to return again to this point about Canada. So there has been the scapegoating of minorities, and by radical exclusionary populist leaders like Trump, the kind of blaming of China. But so, and in a way, the scapegoating of minorities for infectious diseases goes back to the bubonic plague and the targeting of Jews. So this is not new. But if you look at data coming out of different countries in the world, there is a difference to the extent to which minorities are blamed and targeted for the virus. And in Canada, where there is this
Again, immaterial to the question. She's not trying to make the case that nationalism isn't negative. She's trying to make the case that nationalism is positive, is a force for good. And the best she can muster so far is it causes people to bang pots and pans in solidarity. The problem is that non-nationalists did this too, so this is hardly even the province of nationalists. In fact, a lot of people who did so probably had in mind nurses and doctors overseas as well. I certainly did. I wasn't just exclusively, well, I didn't bang pots and pans. But when I felt a little warm tingle in my heart as I passed by these little paper cutouts of hearts in people's windows in support of nurses, I really didn't. I'm way too cynical for that. But if I had, I wouldn't be thinking, oh, that's nice, but only for the Canadians. No, I'd be thinking of nurses all over the place. Alexander asked an interesting question that's probably useful here. Here we are. Alexander 4112 asks, President Sunday, would you not say that patriot is always in relation to a country? That seems to be the way it's used and where it originates from. No. It's close, though. Patrice referred to of one's fathers. That which had to do with one's fathers, which would, of course, be tied to a plot of land, because your family would have been buried on a household plot if you were somebody who could be patriotic, if you were a citizen. Yeah, you could absolutely have loyalty towards that, but that would not be akin to loyalty to a country as we understand it. When we think of a country today, we equivocate that with a state. When you look at a map and you see the lines, those lines are dividing states. We call them countries. So no. Now, you can, however, think the nation state as your country. That's a thing you can do. Patriotism is an attitude. The elements that it deals with, we can vary these almost endlessly. You could be patriotic towards, let's say there was some sort of corporate feudalism going on. You could be patriotic towards some corporate-owned territory or something. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know much about corporate feudalism. It seems like it's a depressing topic, just almost intrinsically. How much farther are we going to go with this? Let's let them talk a little bit longer, then we'll wrap up. We've been going for almost 5 hours. Oh, I'm gonna die.
Inclusive, multicultural sense of identity, there has been very little scapegoating of minorities. We have evidence.
And you credit that to a Canadian nationalism? I just want to be clear.
I credit it to a multicultural Canadian nationalism that values and celebrates diversity. And that is nationalism. You can call it patriotism, but it is fundamentally about love of country. And also this point about, cosmopolitanism and globalization that Andrew's mentioned a few times. So I want to point out that nationalism is a nested identity. Just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make me less Indian or less American. Linda Colley, who actually we've been talking about Britain, has a beautiful book on the construction of Britain. And she says, identities are not like hats.
Not if you talk to some nationalists. I believe Endeavour, by the way, is Canadian. He's in, is he in Ontario? Somewhere back east. Most of these guys are Canadian. I met the distributist in BC. He's not Canadian, but his wife is. No, Canadian nationalism is not positive. there is a strong push for a kind of hollow civic nationalism that's sort of inherently harmless just because of how empty it is, but I mean, it's also not harmless because what it amounts to, again, is still the same valorization of the state as essential and as sort of the bedrock when it really isn't. Canadian nationalism is essentially crushing indigenous local identities that probably have a lot more legitimacy in these terms than Canadian nationalism ever could. I think I'm going to wrap it up here. We've been going for a hell of a long time, and this conversation is getting a bit dull. They're sort of circling the drain. So I think this was fun. I think I might limit myself to something a bit shorter next time. Maybe. I do actually kind of like just the novelty of like the long deep dive for maybe 4 hours next time, not 5. Not 5. All right, well, I hope you enjoyed this. It probably cost me a few years off my life, so thanks everybody for suffering through this with me. And just another reminder before I close off. Saturday, we have Dilvani, and fellow traveler debating a market versus a planned economy. And then on Sunday, I'm talking to Victor Mangarino. I give up. Talking to Victor Mangarino, probably about something to do with Cosmo Skeptic. And then the following Sunday, I am talking to Zanzi about anime, video games, and political theory, and I'm looking forward to that one immensely. So, Einzelganger, I have stayed 5 hours with you. You're a trooper. Yeah. So, assuming I don't die of blood clots, I will see you again on Saturday to moderate the debate between Dilvani and fellow traveler. And, yeah. As always, thank you for listening. And do take care. Ciao.